That is all what they're doing. 4 and 7, empathy, empathy. Our 4 and 7, kafir, Christian, Muslim. When I say Mary, they think mercy. When I say Jesus, they think love. And when I say Allah to a Muslim, he says azab. Job, career, in trouble, go to the Quran. And do what? Just start reciting, no matter what's going on. And in the Quran, the verses that you're reciting most probably are azabun alim. Ya ayyuhal munafiqun. You're reciting that. Ya ayyuhal munafiqun. I will stop everything right here. On the camera, write your comments. Give me one child who is not afraid of the Quran. Imam Hussain did it for him so that you can be called Umar, not Shankar. He was thinking 1400 years from now, from that time. If he didn't do that, you would have been a Shankar. How Abdullah bin Abbas stands in front of people. People say, this sun will be darkened. How will this star be darkened? This is a burning star, burning forever since. And even if it darkens, how does a star darken or die? And you know what he does? He says, come here, man, give me your turban. And he opens the turban of that guy. And he starts turning the turban. You know, when you have to wear a turban, you have to turn it around, right? On its own self, right? So he starts turning the turban. And he says, see how I'm turning the turban? This is how a star dies and turns black. Now you Google it right now. Google it up, how a star dies. What does it look like? And you'll see the spiral of the star going black. Masjid should be feeding all English Muslims, who actually, a lot of them are on welfare anyway, should be on the welfare of the masjid. Masjid should be feeding the local community. Masjid should never ever ask for money. Na'udhu billah, that's the lowest Muslim community can go. That our masjid is asking for money. That's our feeding pot. So how are we going to do that? We need to convert these buildings into giving centers. Not just skill and knowledge, but health and education. How are they going to do that? Well, because you need to convert this real estate into a business center as well. Who's going to do that? Muslims are going to do that from the local community. I know of a community, if it gets half of the real estate that Muslims have, which is the masjids, they would have been trillionaires. Which was the Qari Sahib, who was the worst thing that ever happened to the delivery mechanism of the Quran or any book. And you gave your son to him that, you know what, scare the hell out of my son from this book, please. You know what these dots are? These dots are the ayahs of the Quran understood and applied by non-Muslims. إِذَا شَمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ. Every heavenly body, which is sabbatical, is discussed there. And Muslims right now, जो के तज़किया कर रहे हैं बैठ के मौलवी साहब सारे कह रहे हैं अर्थ तो हाई फ्लैट. Because we do not want to create the best versions of ourselves. We want to create the best copies of our Prophet ﷺ. If you do not know the Prophet ﷺ, do not get married. If you have gotten married, and if you do not know your Prophet, do not have babies. If you had babies, and you do not know your Prophet ﷺ, make sure they know the Prophet ﷺ because you failed to.
هو الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش يعلم ما يلج في الأرض وما يخرج منها وما ينزل من السماء وما يعرج فيها وهو معكم أينما كنتم والله بما تعملون بصير له ملك السماوات والأرض وإلى الله ترجع الأمور يولج الليل في النهار ويولج النهار في الليل وهو عليم بذات الصدور آمنوا بالله ورسوله وأنفقوا مما جعلكم مستخلفين فالذين آمنوا منكم وأنفقوا لهم أجر كبير وما لكم لا تؤمنون بالله والرسول يدعوكم لتؤمنوا بربكم وقد أخذ ميثاقكم إن هو الذي ينزل على الله بكم لرؤوف رحيم وما لكم ألا تنفقوا في سبيل الله ولله ميراث السماوات والأرض لا يستوي منكم من أنفق من قبل الفتح وقاتل أولئك أعظم درجة من الذين أنفقوا من بعد وقاتلوا وكلا وعد الله الحسنى والله بما تعملون خبير.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to this wonderful event. After the wonderful recitation of Surah Hadith, where magnificence and majesty of Almighty Allah is discussed and the temporary nature of the world has been presented, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala states in the Quran multiple times that when the glitter of the world fades, that in the end all that remains and what's important is actually clarity of faith, the understanding, and Allah asks us to ponder and question. And today we are gathered here to discuss about awakening of the mind in a world where our minds are being pulled in multiple directions, whether it be through external stimuli or internal misdirections. We need a better framework of understanding, of thinking, which allows us to navigate this complex environment. We are honored to have Mr. Sahil Adeem, a man who's not here just to entertain, but is trying to restore balance. He's able to communicate ideas both from theological and secular ideologies and bring to you the overall picture, stating that if you understand Islam correctly and in its truest nature, that all of the antagonistic ideas fall into place and you'll understand how to live a better life overall. Let's welcome him to have a discussion with us, and as is the norm, he loves questions, and we've allowed you guys to be participating in this conversation by asking any and all questions that you have for him. You can scan the QR code and you'll be directed to a page where you can ask any and all questions, and from time to time Mr. Sahil will even ask one of our management team to share what the public is asking. In order to get this all started, we present to Mr. Sahil Adeem two questions. The first of them being, how can a regular Muslim start the path back to clarity and rooted in Tawheed without being performative or reactive? And the second is, why do so many Muslims still live fragmented lives believing in truth but operating in fear, culture or convenience, which basically inhibits them to perform according to the norms of Islam? So the stage is for Mr. Sahil Adeem. He's open to present his case and maybe allow us to think in a different way and, change our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Slides. Where are the slides? No, let's keep this so that, yeah. Let's keep it here. Whose questions are these? How can a regular Muslim start the path back to clarity and rooted Tawheed? I don't know what that means, rooted Tawheed. Whose question is this? Without being performative or reactive. I don't even know what that means. And I don't even know what this means anymore. This is not working. Path back to clarity. See, I have a Newcastle is interesting, you know. Newcastle is so interesting that just about by the end of every tour, Newcastle happens. It's I should start from Newcastle. I always end at Newcastle. So I've gone through probably the longest tour of England this time. From cities I can't even pronounce this time to Newcastle. And I do not know how to use this word clarity anymore. I was scheduled in 3 masjids other than this. And I'm living in Crawley. Heard the word Crawley? Oh, it's somewhere close to London. And they invited me, the masjid, Crawley. You know, you're living in Crawley and people in Crawley would want you to come to the masjid for your Hayy al-Falah project, which is to call everyone in the masjid and get skills and education about clarity. And then once the Leicester, because that masjid is connected with Leicester scholarship. They found out that I am coming in, whatever happened in Bolton or Preston and Manchester happened in Crawley. But this time they crossed all the boundaries and they had to not just ban me, but fire the people who invited me. They had to change the committee. Clarity, buddy. They're very clear. That's why I say I don't know what this question means anymore. That's why I'm saying this is a camera to the Leicester council who's running that Crawley Masjid and the council of the Crawley Masjid. You think you can stop a Muslim from coming into the masjid? It's your daddy's property? I'm going to come down and show it to you myself of what a Muslim can do. You're on my payroll. I pay your salaries. This is King Charles, England. This is not Patoki. This is not Miawali, okay? You're not going to play this firqah card here. I'm going to show you of what a Muslim can do and who owns the masjid. You can't even cross the street, let alone understand what the demands of Muslims are. And you think you're going to call the shots on what Muslims are supposed to do? You're going to ban Muslims from coming into the masjids? Not only is it shameful, it's despicable, but I'm going to treat you personally by showing all Muslims of what they're supposed to do when a masjid thinks, a committee thinks that they own the property, which is given by literally every single member of the community. By the way, in the name of charity. Shame on you guys. So I do not know what this word clarity means. Most of the Pakistanis and Indians, they start their journey of Islam through any and every masjid by first determining the color of the turban. No Desi Muslim can go to the masjid unless he first bows down to the color of the turban. We are purposely not stating the truth. No Desi Muslim is raised into an Islamic household unless he first bows down to either a Shia or a Sunni first, or a Brelvi or a Deobandi first, or a Ahl Hadith first. Show me one masjid which is the masjid of the Rasulullah. Show me one masjid. Either it's the masjid of Maulana Ilyas, or Maulana that, or Maulana this, or Maulana them. We were thinking of the LGBT and gender identities. We were thinking of gender identities. The LGBTQ and I. Come here, what's your name? This is the boy. See? What's his name? What's your name? What's your name? Tell me what's your name. See, this boy does not know that the color of this shirt actually means something in Muslim households. And if I'm not wearing this shirt in Pakistan, I'm not allowed in 50% of the masjids. So we are lying to each other. We are all, especially mommies and daddies, we are lying to each other that we are Muslims. We are not Muslims. First we become something else, then we paint Islam all over it. So you guys are either a Brelvi or a Deobandi or an Ahl Hadith. You guys better start telling the truth. That's the pathway to clarity. First and foremost, you gotta start telling the truth to this little boy. What's his name? What is he, a Brelvi or a Deobandi? Tell me the truth. Well, if you don't know, then he's a Brelvi. You didn't know that?
No.
In Pakistan, you're a Pakistani?
Yes.
So if you don't know what you are, then you're a Brelvi. That's the rule of thumb. Tell me, Rasulullah is a Brelvi?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You have to think about it. You know where Bareilly is? It's in India. Prophet ﷺ did he ever come to India? So he can never be a Bareilly, right? You know where Deoband is? Deoband is in India. Can the Prophet ﷺ be a Deobandi?
No.
Okay. But we are either a Bareilly or a Deobandi. I'm telling you this right now. And masjids are locking doors on me because I don't wear a green or a white turban. Every other masjid is going to close its door on me. This is a surprise that Newcastle event actually happened. Alhamdulillah, it happened. Because people here have some openness to accept it. You know what? It's all Islam. He's never going to use the word Shia or the Sunni or the Brelvi or the Deobandi in terms of his messaging. So why do we care? He's talking about these little 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-olds. So you tell me, are you guys not feeling a little uneasy because I'm using the word Brelvi or Deobandi? You guys are all going through that little dissonance because you are either a Brelvi or a Deobandi. That's a problem. Or an Ahl Hadith. So, Tawheed, reactions, regularity of regular performance of Islam, that's not going to happen, I'm sorry. That is just not going to happen. So, let's talk about the big problems. Let's assume that we were never Brelvi or Deobandis. We were never Shias or Sunnis. Let's assume that. Then I'll tell you, we would have been still enslaved by the kind of people that we are enslaved by. We would have been still serving Nawaz Sharifs or the army or the Imran Khans or MBSs or MBZs. And we would have still been counting or reading the number 400, 4,000, 40,000, 400,000 death in Palestine every day. We would have still been doing that. So when people say, you know what, firqahs are the big problem, I was like, yeah, it's a big problem because we're Desi Muslims, but Africans are not Deobandis or Brelvis. Tunisia, there is no Brelvi in Tunisia. There is no Deobandi sect in the University of Medina or Jamia al-Azhar, they don't even know what Deoband or Bareli is. Why are they letting all of whatever is going on go on? Well, that's because they actually put a totally different spin on the firqah. And that's the firqah I'm going to talk about in my next presentation, don't worry. I'm going to open it up to that, don't worry. Can you just go through this, my presentation? Yeah. No, don't start it. Just, coming into the real definition of Muslims. Now, you know what? Usually when a guy comes in, especially in a masjid, especially in where public is listening to one guy talk, we're so used to this guy speaking and us listening. And we forget the fact that if this keeps on going on, nothing's going to happen. You guys have come here from I don't know how far of place. You came to a masjid and you said, you know what, I'm doing this because I need to because this is not an entertaining session or entertainment session. This is something which is very serious. But I tell you this right now, there's a 99% probability nothing's gonna happen unless we do something. Unless we change the modus operandi of the way we actually carry out this session. Now let's start with what happened before this session.
I think it's better just to just take the other mic out.
Really?
Yeah, just all over here is.
Static? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just keeps going on and off.
Yeah. You know, by profession, I'm a corporate trainer. I do training for big companies. And big company means they spend a lot of money on training, okay? And I go to big training halls. I have this kind of a projector, this kind of a screen, and a microphone, literally this kind of a microphone. And there are a lot of other things which come with depending on the training program. Every time I walk into a training program, and I've walked into literally thousands of training programs for the last 2 decades, maybe more. There was a time I used to do, 7 days a week programming, 7 days a week. So I've been to just about every hotel, auditorium, every big conference room in Canada, Pakistan, UAE, and a lot of other countries, America. Not even once I went through the Murphy's Law of things not working. Not even once. It was like, that never happens. And if it happens, it was my mistake because my laptop would have just, or some software issue in my own laptop. So, and they had a backup. It's like, we don't rely on you. We have our own thing. But every time I go to a masjid or especially a Muslim event, something is always not working. And most of the time it's the thing that I need the most. So I was thinking it's a Pakistani curse. I'm telling you, I was thinking it's a Pakistani thing. Desis are just not professional, So what did I do, kiddo? What's your name? Yeah?
My name is Asad.
Asad. How do you spell that?
A-S-A-D.
Asad. Asad.
Yeah.
Asad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Arabic language we have right. So Asa.
How do you spell it in Arabic, man? Just tell me that.
Muhammad Asad.
Asad.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Asad. With the 9. There's a 9 after Sin.
What? There's a 9, yeah.
There's a 9 after Sin. Okay, Asad. So Asad, what did I do? You know, to solve the Pakistani problem, I came to England. So you know what? This is the curse of the Pakistanis. But turns out it was not the Pakistani curse. From London, Bradford, Leicester, Luton, Crawley. Did I say Bradford? Milton Keynes, and now Newcastle. Every single place, either of these 3 things were not working. Either the mic was not working, or this screen was not working, or that camera was not working, or the lights were not working. So it's not the Pakistani thing. You know what this is a Muslim thing. And King Charles knows about this. He knows, everyone knows. They know, they just don't say it to our face, you know. They know that a Muslim machine doesn't work. You know why they don't tell us that they know? Because they're playing against us in this one. And they know, you know what, right in the moment of truth, your machine is not going to work. So we don't even have to fight you guys. Because you're Muslims. You're just not competent. That's how they win. They let us be ourselves, Asad. How old are you now?
13.
13. You speak Arabic in the house?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Syria.
Asham.
No, I didn't go.
You know why I call it Sham? Our Prophet used to call Syria Sham. Yeah, I know. I know what's going on. Imagine. You know, the thing about your place is that the Prophet said the best of the people in the end of times, the best of the best, the cream of the crop, will be in Asham. And you know what Isa ibn Maryam is going to come? No points for guessing.
Yeah.
Asham.
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe you're going to be the guy who's going to wake up the Muslims, man. Inshallah. You're 12?
13.
You're 13. Yeah, maybe you're the guy. Look him. Maybe he's the guy. Inshallah. Maybe you're going to call us all, gather us all here, somewhere in the middle of Asham, Pakistan. Right in the center of the planet. So, go back to those questions. Let me answer those questions. Let me rephrase those questions first. Here's the problem. How can a regular Asad come to the clarity of Tawheed and not become reactive but become proactive? How can one do that? What's your name? You're the mother? What's your name?
Hadid.
With an H.
Hadid, yeah.
Hadil. So Hadil, when Asad was 5, and when Asad was 7, and now Asad is 13. There are 3 stages he went through. In the first stage, you had to teach him courage. Jur'ah. Second stage, you had to teach him Tawheed. Not the first stage, in the second stage. And in the third stage, you had to teach him proactiveness, discipline, regimentation, you know. Now you have the age. I said, now, after this year, Allah is going to start asking questions. Before that, you could not have sinned in Islam. Did you know that? Yeah, why?
Because when you have knowledge in your mind and you're big enough.
Big enough as big as?
As a human,
Big as 12?
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, 12. You know what happens in 12? This part of the brain forms in 12. It's called the prefrontal cortex. That's where you start to think. That's the center of clarity. This is the word. Before that, those kids are not clear. It's all right. They can do no sin. Now at 11, you are as accountable as any old man walking in Syria or Yemen or Pakistan or America or Newcastle. Yeah. So these three stages, mommy is mixed up, daddy is mixed up. We teach Tawheed on the 4-year-old, and that little child knows he's a Muslim. And she's looking at Newcastle kids, Christian, Jew, Muslim, Muslim. She doesn't even know what Muslim means, and we're training them into Islam. She can't tell the difference. She should have been in the attributal age, courage, empathy, fairness, justice, giving, selflessness. But she is being taught Christians kafir, Yahudi kafir, Muslims Jannah, Jahannam, punishment, kahar. You know? Asad, how old are you when you knew that you were going to heaven and everyone else is not?
Everyone else is not. No, everyone else still have the chance to
Of?
save themselves.
To Islam.
Yeah, everyone else.
And unless they come to Islam, they don't have any chance.
I mean, yeah, if they,
Yeah, I know. Hey, listen, I'm not doubting that they're going to make it heaven or hell. I'm nobody to say that, right?
Yeah.
But you knew it a little too soon. Now, since he knew it too soon, now since he's old enough now to understand, you know what? There's a lot more to it than just black and white binary system here. Now he's trying to do the math. Okay? But it's too soon. It's too late now because his wiring has been done. He's been hardwired into it. So he's always going to be reactive. That's the Muslim mindset right now in the world. You're looking at people trying to wait, okay, what is his statements going to be? Now I know what his profile. Now I'm going to answer him because I want to know the man, the profile, where is he coming from, so that I can judge him whether he's a man of Jannah or man who's not going to make it to Jannah. Now I'm going to treat him according to his words. That's called being reactive. You're from Syria. I'm not. You're profiling me all this time. Subconsciously, you were just trying to measure my accent, weren't you?
I don't know that
You subconsciously do. Everybody does. This is Newcastle, right? I don't have a Newcastle accent. So it kind of is weird, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? And it's okay, because this is what we do. We're naturally, human beings have a radar. We can keep profiling people. That's our instinct. Every animal does that, by the way. You go to a cat, the cat starts to profile you. You go too close, it's going to run, right? Because it's profiling you. Just like that, mommies and daddies make kids Muslims and get them aware of those compartments in Islam or in reality too soon. They can't handle that kind of information. They do not have the brain to handle that information. Hell, a lot of Muslims in old age don't have the brain to handle that information. They keep judging everybody else. By the age they were supposed to process this information, they're hardwired into judging people. That's why that little boy in Newcastle is looking and treating pure, innocent kids his age based on their religion. That boy, who's 4 and 5, he's thinking, yo, Justin, you're a Christian? And Justin doesn't even know what Christianity is. Little Asad's come to Hadil's every after school. Mommy, you know what? I had a Jewish friend. And Hadil is like, shh, don't ever go close to him. I know, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this regular sentiment.
But as a Muslim, as a principle, as a Muslim, we have to treat people only for respecting and the humanity. Regarding to their religion, that they keep it to each self. We can invite them and show them.
Kids never keep anything to themselves, Adil.
For me,
Kids.
I said like about my mom. But for me, I have to show them. What does it mean Islam? What is the principle
What?
of the Islam?
Do you think that little boy will know the purpose of Islam?
No, about myself, you said like Hadil for my son.
No, I'm talking about Asad only.
But like I have to show
See, Hadil should know. But Hadil as a mommy should also know when to give Islam, at what age.
the first
Yeah.
step, sorry to interrupt you, honestly, how to be honest. Even if you make mistake, I'm not going to punish you. First of all, say honestly, and I'll forgive you, whatever it was.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about, am I? You're talking about character building. I'm talking about the building of psychology where he would not become reactive. That's a psychological response. Okay? That's your daughter?
Yeah,
Okay, what's her name?
Lilian.
Lilian and Asad. How, you guys are twins?
No,
Who's older?
she.
She is, okay. So, how long have you been in England? 6 months? Oh, so you're practically Arabs. Who else is not from Pakistan? You're from, where are you from? Scarborough. You know, the question had a context, you know. Get the context. What is that? You're a Caucasian Muslim? Are you a Caucasian Muslim? So where are you rooted from? Rooted?
Oh, my religion.
No, your ancestors.
Oh, my ancestors from UK, just in the UK.
Born in here?
Born.
From Adam and Eve? Okay. So where are you from?
India.
India?
Yeah.
What part of India?
Hyderabad.
That's south, eh?
Yeah. Hyderabad, the Kanya.
Really south?
Yeah, it is on.
Yeah, the South Indian Muslim community, by the way, you should know, is the strongest Muslim community in the subcontinent. They're pretty well knit. You know, I'll give you a little story so that you would know how. Can you go back to my presentation? While we talk, we wait for other people coming in. Okay, so I'm just gonna be a little on the slow on the taxi. So this is what I'm talking about. You should know. There's a place in India, South India, right? Towards Sri Lanka, South India. You know the country Sri Lanka? You know the country India?
No.
You don't know India?
I mean, yeah, I know India, but I don't know the name of the things. But I know.
Doesn't matter, because India is so big, most Indians don't know the name of all the cities of India.
Yeah.
Ask him, he won't know the name of all the cities of India. Or all the provinces. You know all the provinces of India? Yeah, it's so big. They're like, what, 22, 23 provinces? 37. You know, every one province is bigger than Syria. India is that big. So, the thing about South Indian Muslims is that we know through experience that I was in England, and you Pakistanis should listen to this. Pakistanis, gaur se suniyega. You know, Pakistanis know about certain things in Pakistan going on, so we have a little, it's called a validation. So if we crack a deal, a business deal with a Pakistani, we need another guy to vouch for him, right? You know, it's a normal event because there's a chance he's not gonna follow through. Okay, so we kind of are afraid of making business deals with Pakistanis. It's a thing. Same thing with India, except the South Indians. South Indians are famous for that if they do something illegal here in England, they will be ousted in South India from their community. Their community is the guarantor for anything that anyone in the community is doing anywhere else. Well, of course, there are exceptions, but a general opinion about South Indian Muslims that, you know what, we are not gonna get that Muslim brand down. So you are not welcome back to your family if you do something illegal there. That's something which I learned in England. And there's a lot of things that we had to do with, you know, Muslims dealing with each other in business and, you know, all that stuff. That's something, Muslim, did you know? No. Yeah, that's one thing that South Indian Muslims are known for. They're so strong in their, you know, they're in their community. And they're very well connected, so everyone knows that, you know, if that guy's cousin did this, this dude's out. And you have to go back home, right? Because this is a foreign land, so it's like such a big thing. I hope most Muslims have that kind of, you know, a platform of accountability.
You have a column in the newspaper like arbitrary,
Uh-huh.
and then you have a column where it says "ah."
Really?
Yeah, where parents.
They kicked him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say like he's no longer.
Yeah, they kick him out. They've divorced him.
Kind of.
Yeah. That means they've literally chopped him out of the family, or for doing anything which is against the values of the system. So, now come back to the second question, please. before I jump into this. Why do so many Muslims still live fragmented lives, believing in truth? Well, I know what you're trying to say, because this is a Pakistani guy writing English. I know what he's trying to say, but this does not make any grammatical sense, because if he's believing in the truth, he's not living a fragmented life. But you're saying that since he wants to believe in the truth, and still he's living a fragmented life, but operating by fear, culture, or what? How does that, can you tell me what this means? Why do so many Muslims live whatever in truth? No, but God, I am so bad at English reading. What does that even mean? Can anyone tell me what this means?
It's not you. That's it.
This is England, right? The people who invented English.
It means easy.
No, I know what this word means. I don't know what this question means.
Sense to us? That makes sense to me.
Does it? Oh, okay, tell me, please tell me. Because I'm not really good at English. You can notice I'm a pretty simple man.
So that thing there is all about culture and scared of what people are going to say. It's a Pakistani way, so just follow what people are going to say. The sheep, not shepherds.
Yeah, I'll just forget this and just listen to you. What do you say?
Away from Mirpur is Kashmir.
Uh-huh.
So that.
Were you born here? You born here?
Born here.
Yeah, so you know what this guy is. So this makes sense to you?
Absolutely 100% sense.
This is how the living
This
is
is how,
This is our community operating in Newcastle.
our parents used to say, don't do this because what are people going to say? Yeah. Okay, so that's the fear of not telling the truth, just go with the flow.
Oh, so instead of chasing the truth, you're chasing a family silo.
Chase the community, chase the culture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Operated by, right? Not operating by. That's where I...
Just fine.
Yeah, so you guys are either Mirpuri, or you guys are either Hyderabadi, or you guys are either Arabs, but not Muslims anymore. That's what the question is saying. So a cultural divide, or in other words, a cultural identity is pivoting your behavior rather than Islam.
So I'll give you an example.
No, I got you. Go on. Please go on.
So my son's 19, he's in university. So his friends are Arab, Egyptian, everybody, all Muslims. So we, the culture first when we came to Newcastle, was only Pakistani. We didn't even know it was Kashmiri and Punjabi and Lahori. There was none of this.
Really?
It was just Pakistani.
When you came here?
When I was born here, but our parents.
Yeah, I'm talking about the time when you guys here, yeah.
So this masjid used to be a full masjid of
Every guy.
We didn't know this
Even the
guys from
Bangladeshis.
the Bangladeshis, Africans. Then it went Ladriism.
When do you think that started?
Culture.
When? When enough people came in.
One Bladri became bigger than the other one.
Oh, so it was a game of numbers.
Numbers.
Yeah.
So we chased all the Arabis, we chased all the Bangladeshis, we chased more or less all the Punjabis. So we're busy just chasing everybody else.
Now we're chasing ourselves. So I said to my
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I said to my son, you know, he asked me a question, he's doing the Arab course, he's very well educated, he's mixing with every different type of Muslim culture. And I always said to him, listen son, so he always questions me, Dad, what's this? Why do you not go to this masjid and that masjid? Because they this and they, and you know you're going Braillery and all of this. We didn't even know this, we were just Muslim. Yeah. So he said to me, you know, this doesn't happen in the Egyptians, in the Syrians, in the Africans that I go to university with. We're just classed as Muslim. We're not classed as Wahhabi, Shia, Sunni, whatever. We just class ourselves. I didn't even know what Dobandi Braillery was.
So, but somebody started it, right?
Well, I just came back from Africa. You said
No, I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about here in England, you guys. Somebody here in Newcastle started it.
But I only heard this in January. I'm 49 years old.
January of what year?
This year.
What, are you kidding me with this?
So let me tell you.
No, that's not possible. Everyone's going crazy listening to this.
That is possible. And I sit here because I went to Uganda to build a masjid in September 2024.
Hold on. What's your name, sir?
Anjum.
Anjum Saab. You're telling me last January,
Just this January.
in 40 years, you didn't know the word 49.
I'll take 40. I'll take 40.
A Pakistani in Newcastle did not know the word Brailvi or Deopat.
You know, I'm just asking my book. You just ask. I'm just in my book. So, what's the guy talking about?
Is it please word of God?
I think
It's the baby of the family.
no, I actually believe that I am in love. I am in love.
Can I tell you?
You
So can I
were
tell you
saved
where
by
I heard-
God Himself.
No, listen. Can I tell you where I heard this? So, this is my story. So I was in Africa, and I had a premonition. I built a masjid for my children. I wanted to do something good. So I went to Uganda. Two things I'm scared of in life is needles and animals. I had to get 1,100 pounds worth of needles.
Because the vaccination now. Yeah.
And I've seen every animal that you can imagine.
Yeah.
From snakes to
Uganda, yeah. Yeah.
So I went and stayed in the jungle. So we completed the masjid in January. It was another Pakistani guy who was there who was telling me he was reading the mass slightly differently, not the Africans.
His way.
So they were doing
The Africans are Malkis, yeah.
So I said to him, because I asked questions and I don't get embarrassed. Because
Oh, how was he praying? He was praying like this? Yeah, like this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I said, they said, and he was from Liverpool. He was from Britain, but he was from Liverpool. He in Africa in the middle of a jungle, 6 hours from Kampala, with the snakes around us. He's telling me what's monkey, and I just thought to myself, like, do we not just in the mass, like, and that was the first time.
No, but you know what? Did he not tell you it's not a big deal whether you do this or this?
No, the Africans were all,
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, they don't care, yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
care. They don't.
So Asad, how do you pray? Like this or this?
Like that.
Like this? Okay. So listen, there's a movement called IMS, Islamic Messaging System, okay? In Pakistan and India and all of, there are 119 countries worth of Muslims coming together, but mostly from Pakistan and India, it's diasporas, right? You speak English, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 6 months in, you're really good at this, aren't you? Yeah, how did you learn to speak English so fast?
I don't know, practicing.
Okay, good. So you know why I'm talking about IMS? Because they are hungry, because they're overseas around, Western countries. They're hungry for girls and boys your age so that their kids, this age and younger, can learn Arabic. They're so greedy for Arab kids so that they can play football with boys like you, okay? And girls would just hang out with girls like you so that you would speak Arabic and they would just get mesmerized and just fascinate, and fulfill the fascination of speaking Arabic. Do you know, you're born in that language by the grace of Allah Azza wa Jal, in the language of the Qur'an. And you have no idea how big of an asset that is. And people in IMS are going crazy in trying to train their kids to learn, to make them learn Arabic. You know why? So that they can get the Quran in their own house and read the Quran the way Allah is writing the Quran, without any translations or anything. Otherwise, whatever happened to Anjum is going to happen to every one of us. Because when you open the Quran, you don't open the word of God anymore. That's not possible now. It's only for the Arabs. You read the Quran from God's perspective. The rest of the world reads it from a man's perspective, because that man is writing the translation, and whatever he thinks it means becomes the word of God to the rest of the world. Do you know how big that responsibility becomes for you guys? What's the responsibility?
The big responsibility is like you change your language and try to learn another language to read it as Allah made it, or Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam made it.
Yeah, exactly. Because only Allah Azza wa Jal wrote the Quran. No other entity can come and interfere or interject in that word, right? So when Allah Azza wa Jal writes the Quran, our God is a writer. He wrote 4 books. He wrote 200 plus books. The Sahabi says, you know what, we know. He actually quotes on record that I know of 104 different names of the books Allah wrote. It's only these 4 that became the Sharia, the law. These are the books that are so mandatory. So otherwise, Allah has been giving the little nations same sort of methodology to actually come to the truth. We know these 4, right? The Torah and the Injil and Zabur, which is Psalms, which is inside the Old Testament, Psalms, okay? That's the English for Zabur. And the Quran. So when we know that the last book came in Arabic, we know that Allah is a writer. So if I write a book, I publish a book, and somebody else comes in and changes the meanings of any or some parts of the book, and everyone starts to say that, you know what, Sahil, we love your book. And I'm thinking, did you read my book or somebody's translation? Because a lot of people came in and tried to change a lot of meanings. There's a big disconnect between me, the writer, and some guy who's a fan of mine because of the book, right? So whoever actually speaks my language would know exactly what I mean when he reads my book. That's why you guys, just because of the language, not just anything else, which I'm going to build up on, by the way, which you need to get. Your own language becomes such an amazing pot of gold. It's an asset. You got to train Newcastle kids that, you know what, this is something you got to learn from me. This is just a language. You can learn as quick as a month or a year or a couple of years. And then they're going to choose their own, speed coming into the Quran themselves. You don't need to teach them Quran. You should though, but you need to teach them Arabic. Okay? I'm telling you, 600,000 people around the world are looking to settle in neighborhoods where Hadils are settling in so that they can give your kids to your kids. They can play. This is how important you guys are. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, but you should know what I mean. Can you go to my now I'm going to open this deck so that you would understand what's going on here. See, the problem that I face is every day. Is anyone into cooking or baking? Anyone into baking? You know what baking is, right? So when you put the dough in the oven, what happens, sir? What's your name?
Jake.
How do you spell that?
J-A-K.
Jake. Jake. So Jake, what happens to the dough when you put it in the oven?
Right.
Well, because what happens to the yeast is called fermentation, right? What is that thing? Fermentation. What's the process? You really know that stuff, don't you? So glucose going into?
Yes, going into, if it's anaerobic, it goes into alcohol, but otherwise it converts it, generates carbon dioxide and it rises.
So CO mixes with the hydrocarbons. Yeah. So can it be reversed?
What?
The fermentation?
No.
No, it's not possible, or especially inside the oven, right? After it's risen. It's risen, right? So why can't it be reversed? No, well, because there are a lot of chemical reactions that are reversible. Why is this not reversible?
There's a lot of structural changes to the dough, and as the moisture changes, the composition changes, and the type of chemicals involved.
Because of the types of chemicals involved. That's the answer. When this happens, these kind of chemical reactions, when this kind of bonding happens, these are not gonna go back. No matter how you put a lot more other chemicals to come together to go for the dough to go back to a regular flour plus sugar plus whatever you put in that or yeast. No, we call it the setting of the dough. It's already set. Say it, S-E-T, set. It's been set. Okay? So just like that, you need to understand. Either you're a part of a community by the age of 7, Hadil, 7, or you're an individual by the age 9. The dough is risen. It is that simple. Anju Saab? Either you're part of the community by the age 7, or you're going to be risen from the dough by age 9 as an individual. That's how important mommies are. Jake, you know why I said mommies, right? Because by that age, the only primary influence is the mother. That's why I said, you want to make them Muslims. Where do those kids go? You kick them out? They're playing? You sure?
Yeah, I'm
You're the mother? Are you sure? So, how old are those kids?
this one is 4 and the youngest is 5.
Okay. Is the father here? Okay. You're raising them alone?
I know my husband is in Middlesbrough.
So you guys are raising these kids?
Together.
No, hear me out. You guys are raising these kids as part of the community or part of individualism? They're singular characters or they're units of a bigger community? Are you a part of a community or are you a single person moving around, hovering through this? Really? Give me one indicator that proves that you're part of the community. I'll tell you this right now. This fermentation is the reason why we will never back each other up. That's what Palestine is going through. Our dough is not just risen. We've actually, overcooked it. No Muslim, even if the Muslim governments come together, no Muslim majority is going to go towards Palestine. We raise our Assads as individual beings. It's against his fermentation to change his identity now. That's what the Prophet ﷺ was not doing. The Sahabas did not do that. At best case scenario, Hadil, your boy is going to be a family man. Best case scenario. And we all know men are not family men anymore. That's our last generation. This generation of boys are, freeloaders, freebies. They hate this little, change in their bodies are like, they feel stifled after marriage. They want to be, doing their own thing. I need my own space, they say. They actually talk about this before marriage with the girl, and the girl talking about with the boys. Even the girl's like, you know what? You're not going to step on my space, are you? That's called toxic now. So our dough, this kind of yeast is coming from our own parents. You do not need space from your own husband now? Of course you do. You call yourself a single individual with your own, epitome marked somewhere. So do we. Actually, we were never family guys, We were always the friends guys of guys, men of men. That's sort of like a thing of our honor. So that was the fermentation going on right now. That's the yeast. Think about it. Because I'm talking through a lens of psychology. This is something academic. It's not my opinion. I want to show you how it works. Don't worry, where's the clicker? Let me show you how it works. It's that simple. So what's your name, ma'am? The mother? Aksa. Aksa. Your name is Aksa. They named you after a masjid in Palestine. You know that? Why do they call it Aksa? Why do they call it Aksa? You know what it means, right? In Arabic, it means far. Really? Yeah, it has another meaning as well. What's that? Really? No. So why would any Arab call Aqsa Aqsa?
I just know one name.
Let me give you something, okay? Here you go. You need to understand the problem from a perspective, because this video is going to go all over the place. So I'm covering just about everybody, not just the Newcastle folks, okay? We're talking about fermentation, eh? So when the milk turns into yogurt, you cannot change it back into milk, right? Same kind of process happens, right? So when a child becomes a man, you're not gonna go back and parent him out of it. He's gonna have to do it himself. You're not Somebody is going to have to parent him, but the parent is not going to be able to do it, okay? Obviously, I'm just using the word parenting as a metaphor. So someone's going to have to think him into a community, think him into it, because we're folks. We can think ourselves into any kind of personality. We change, we become different people. So what happens between the age of 4 and 7 and 9? That's what I said. He's not supposed to be, thinking about hell or heaven at the age of 4. He's supposed to be thinking about empathy and care. But we don't put empathy at that age. And without empathy, you are just a single solo man. Empathy connects you with other people. And the least amount of empathy in any kind of ethnicity, least amount of empathy, by the very use of this word empathy, is used by Muslims. Most amount of empathy, I'm talking about ethnicities, is used by the very word ethnicity. Empathy is used by a single ethnicity. What is it? Which one is it? Think about it, Newcastle. It's not a trick question. It's right there. You guys are in that community. No, it's not an ethnicity. The Christians use empathy more than any other ethnicity in the planet. They use it on a daily basis, raising their kids. They test people on it. They test the man's character on it. Have you not noticed that in England, that the Christians are the softest people? They're the most courteous people. Have you not noticed that? Have you? Adil, and have you noticed that even if Christians are not the softest people, Muslims are the most rigid people? So what's your name, sir, from Hyderabad?
Muhammad Irfan Sharif.
Muhammad Irfan. So people in Hyderabad call you Irfan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why, have you noticed? Everyone in Pakistan, whenever they name anyone Muhammad Ali, everyone starts calling him Ali. Muhammad Zahid is Zahid. They somehow think it's a rule not to say Muhammad anymore. Imagine the irony. On paper, we're all Muhammads, and in real, no one's a Muhammad. Have you thought about this? Make sure. I'm not, going here and there. I'm talking about empathy here. I'm talking about the reason of why a human Muslim is never going to go to Palestine. A male adult is not oriented towards solving a bigger problem, because he's going to solve only the problem of his own family. At best case scenario, most of the Muslim men are not even family men anymore, because this kind of yeast does not ferment properly. We're not designed. This dough is not designed for that kind of yeast. Allah talks about this dough, and Allah talks about the yeast, and Allah talks about how to combine the dough with the yeast. I'm not just making this up. This is not a metaphor I came up with. I'm talking about literally the hadith and the Quran. You need to understand how important what I'm talking about is, first of all. If we had the right yeast and the same dough, there wouldn't have been any Palestine problem. So Netanyahu is not doing whatever he's doing. It is us who's doing whatever is going on in Palestine. So Muhammad Irfan becomes Irfan in Hyderabad. Muhammad Ali becomes Ali. Muhammad Zahid becomes Zahid. Muhammad Asad becomes Asad. Do you know any Muhammads in Syria? Names, yeah? Every other man is named Muhammad in Arab. Yeah. But you call him Muhammad? Yeah. But you know what? In Desistan, when someone is called Muhammad, we don't call him Muhammad as a name. We come up with another name so that we would not have to say Muhammad. Here too, yeah, I know, here too. Coming back, you know why Christians are the most empathetic people? Have you ever thought about this? Even the Quran says they will come in because they're soft. Quran praises the Christians because they're doing something. I'll tell you what they're doing. Their mommies were putting empathy at age 4. That's what they were doing. That is all what they're doing. 4 and 7, empathy. Our 4 and 7, kafir, Christian, Muslim. The Quran is telling us how to raise kids. Look at them. And you know how the Christians become soft? You know why? Because when we say Jesus to a Christian, what do you think what's the first word that comes into your head when I say Jesus? What's the first word that comes in their head?
God.
No. No.
Oh, the ultimate sacrifice.
No. That's not the first word. What's the first word that comes to a Christian's mind when I say Jesus?
Love.
Love. That's the first word that comes to their mind. When I say Mary, they think mercy. When I say Jesus, they think love. And when I say Allah to a Muslim, he says azab. Yeah.
Most of them, yeah. They think maybe they're scared of Allah more than what
Yes.
they're supposed to.
Now you know why they became soft and empathetic and we became rigid? Our yeast was going to expire the dough prematurely. And I could have understood if the Jewish community was doing it, because we think, and they also believe, that Musa alayhi salam, was very assertive. And he was an aggressive personality. He was pretty strict. But do you think Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was that personality? No. How did Muslims become so rigid?
Because
we took Muhammad out of Irfan.
yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
We became scared of even the word Muhammad. I swear we're scared of saying it. We became superstitious about our own religion. Not even a single Arab who names his son Muhammad, if somebody else calls him from some other name, he's going to slap you for it. So why are you calling me some other name? I have Muhammad, that's not my name. So your name is Irfan? What's your name?
Irfan.
Zahid?
No.
Oh, no, Zahid. Or Ali?
No.
You just told me your name is Ali, nahi?
No.
What's it?
Irfan.
Why does that matter if I call you Ali? That's against your self-esteem, right?
Yeah.
Against your identity.
Yes.
But if I don't call you Muhammad, why is your mind not working on the same principle?
I think like probably one of the reasons
is respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, we respected our Prophet out of our system.
Yeah, most of the people.
No, say it. We respected our Prophet out of our personalities.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know any Christian called Jesus?
I haven't heard any.
Yeah, there are not many. There's a lot of Jose's in Mexico, okay? Or Jesuses. But Jesus is not the most common name in Christianity. How did they become so soft? Because they think, they absorb, they emulate their own prophet or God. They call him God, right? We don't even think our prophet. We don't emulate our prophet. That's what the fermentation is going on. That's the dough and the yeast. You guys had the yeast. I'm sorry, mommies, you did it to us. What's your son's name? Shahmeed and Ibrahim. Okay. 2 sons you have? 2 sons? You have 2 sons. Does your husband own the property in England? He will one day, don't worry. So, these 2 sons are going to split that property once you guys pass away, right? Because they're designed to split each other. You understand me? Have you ever seen a Muslim or any household who gives away his own property to his own siblings? Have you ever? You never. I've never. Have you ever? No, nobody does. Actually, if anything, 70, 80, 90-year-old people are still waiting for the siblings to die. Because the property has not been sold because the sons and daughters are still alive. And you know what they say? Pakistanis zakat charity bahut karte hain. Are you kidding me with this? We don't even give to our own siblings. We are holding on to this. You know why? Aqsa, you know why? Because we fermented them as individuals. So if Assad is not thinking about my son, he's the exact same age, my son, his name is Shafi'i, okay? Named him after a Palestinian scholar, Shafi'i, okay? He's probably you're following anyway. So Shafi'i, and if Assad is not for Shafi'i, working for him, thinking about him, and he's not working for Assad, I'm sorry, both of them are not Muslims. I'm sorry, this is it. I'm not saying this is my opinion, okay, that's the rule. It's a golden rule. Every community knows that. Allah's Prophet ﷺ says, if my ummah is like a wall and every Muslim is like a brick. My ummah is like a body and every Muslim, if any part of the body hurts, every part of the body starts aching. Because if you're not behaving like this, I'm sorry. So, that everybody knows that, sir. Tell us something new, because this is something we already knew. No, you didn't. Because I swear to you, you guys have seen more Palestine than Palestinians on your TV. You guys have seen more Syria than Syrians have on your TV. What did you do about it? Nothing. If anything, you made sure that the best case scenario is that you discussed it. Discussed it in England. You discussed it in Newcastle with your friends or family. And someone somewhere called out to the Jews, like, you know what? Netanyahu is gonna go to hell. He's a big criminal. He's a mobster. He's a gangster. That's it? If Shamid, I take from this masjid, how long do you think you're gonna let me walk out with Shamid? Or you think you're gonna make me take another step, 10 steps, 2 blocks? How long before you stop making that movement? Think about it. Where's Shamir? Let's test it. Where's the play area? No, sit down, don't worry. See? You don't even let me go to him. You think I'm gonna hurt him? So what, you just went to save him, didn't you?
No, it's not like that. I've come from Middlesbrough to here just for you because I've been listening to your video since 5 years.
Aksa, tell me the answer. How long can I take Shamir without your consent? The answer is 0, sir. Sorry. I will die before this happens. You'll actually die trying to save him. Actually die. You're like no pulse, no heartbeat. You'll actually die. You know what I'm saying? Because you are connected. The fermentation has been done by God himself, right? Because that's your own son. But you talking about Assad? This boy, practically the same boy, same human being, same belief, same God, same prophet. But not even an iota is going to change. You're going to be actually thinking, oh, why is he taking Assad out of the masjid? And even if Hadil is crying about it, you'll be like, hey, I understand the pain because I'm a woman, I'm a mother. But she too is not going to expect anything from you because the same fermentation has been done. So even Palestinians don't expect us. They know no one's coming. So don't think about Palestine right now. Think about how we raise kids. And that's the problem. So let me just give you, just to wake you up and shake you up, okay? Because you guys really hate these people, right? Everyone hates these people. I don't know why. It's like these guys have some special, because they're so small in number. They're so small that can anyone Google up right now and show everyone else what is the percentage of LGBTQ in the world?
1 to 3%.
Are you kidding me? If that was that high, I wouldn't have posted them. Think about it. Pull them out. 8 billion people. You think 3% of them are gays or lesbians or believers? No, that's not true. Has to be less than 1. That's how less they are. That's the problem. They're less than 1% and they are mandatory in UK. Mandatory in UK. You know how many you guys are? You guys are 4 million only in England. 4 million Muslims only in the United Kingdom. Do you know what that means? But are you guys mandatory in UK? By any chance, do they have to teach about Islam in schools? Why don't they? I mean, come on, are you kidding me? They have to teach this. It's mandatory in UK. Why is Islam not a mandatory thing in the school system?
It's in primary schools.
It's in secondary schools. You know what RE is? What is RE?
Religious education.
Yeah. RE means every religion, okay, not Islam. You need to understand the context of what I'm saying. So a Muslim has to understand Gita, Bhagavad Gita, the Veds, as much as Quran and the Bible and the Torah. Even the Bible, Torah and the Quran are the same message, so I don't really care about that. Did you know what RE actually means? So Islam is not mandatory, RE is mandatory. You need to understand the context here. In other words, the way you just jumped at, oh, whoa, hold on. Islam is mandatory. You know what this is? Either this or Christianity, either this or Islam, either this or Judaism. How can you combine all of this? You see the context now? And I'm not against LGBT. This is not my point here. Of course, I am against that, but this is not my point. My point is how to change the fermentation, how to come up with the yeast, how to change the dough. This is how they did it. This was a mental illness in this country, and I'm not saying it is or it's not. I'm just saying what happened, what's the process. This was a mental illness since the 1990s. You guys, some of you guys were born. Most of you guys, the elders, were actually functioning and have had a career in Newcastle. It was still determined a mental illness. And this community, and I'm actually trying to praise the way they actually did it, okay? I'm not praising their philosophy. I'm just saying, because I'm going to praise two of them. Here, this guy and these guys. These guys. Okay, nothing to do with each other. This is how they change the fermentation process. They don't reverse it. They redo the dough. From becoming a disease, to becoming a mandatory part of your curriculum. At the age, this age, where the fermentation is being done. So that becomes a permanent part of the identity. This is what happens. When people come together, they have to combine three things. Muslims have those three things, but Muslims are trained to become individuals. So they never are going to combine or put these three things together. I'll tell you what those three things are. Yes? Before your question, sir, these guys put the three things together. I'll show you what these three things are. Once you put those three things together with enough number of people, not all of them are required. If you put these three things together, everybody thrives. Everybody feeds off of that combination. And every definition resets itself. This is why I gave you an example, amazing example of how a community from being a villain, still a villain in most of the community countries, becomes a central part of even as low as basic as the education system. So they'll permanently be there. Amazing success story. Same thing happened to these guys. Okay, same thing happened to the climate change people. Let me show you. This is climate change right here. From whatever they did, just like Muslims, nobody really cared. Till Prince William, your Prince William. Your own, he still is the Prince William here, right? Or he's the guy who went to America. Which one is that? That's,
I can ignore that one. Just Prince William.
okay. You're the hairy cap guy? So Prince William actually becomes the spearhead of this movement. Your own prince, which means that this is a central, you cannot ignore this anymore. Everyone has to be in on it. You know what that means? That means politics, that means society, that means everyone's career is going to be painted with some sort of a flavor of whether you believe in this word or not. Billions, no, trillions of dollars are supposed to be spent on this. Just these 3-4 decades and everyone's in on it. Now, I'm not going to wait for Netanyahu to do my propaganda, right? Because he's doing a really good job in making that issue, reach everywhere. Yes, sir, what's your question?
The question is, LGBT and the other climate change basically goes very well with the corporate system and the capitalistic system.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't. Are you kidding me? Climate change is the exact opposite of capitalism. Exactly, the value system. Most companies are ruining the climate, right? Most companies are the companies making the money.
Yes, absolutely.
What's wrong with that? That's the exact every force is against them. Why do you think I pulled these two case studies? They are against the very, machine which is operating right now. The big machine is against climate change. By the way, most of the right wing is also against climate change. Most of the people don't even believe it's real.
It's my thoughts are basically, what about LGBT then?
The entire Trump cabinet and the whole thing is against him.
You know that the church is against LGBT, right?
Yeah. But
the right
Pope who basically legitimized, the last Pope basically, who legitimized...
He didn't legitimize them.
Basically,
he just said, you know what, inclusion is kind of a part of the Christian values. He didn't say, oh, they're legal. He cannot say that because he's against the Bible, right? The sodomites are punished in the Bible, right? So gays are stoned in the Bible, not in the Qur'an, the Bible. So he can't say that. He said inclusion, but it's a Christian value to have, everyone is born in the image of God, regardless of whatever he does on this planet. That's his word. Look at the soul, not the body. Because that's his, okay. That's not legislation. That's inclusion. That's just go easy on them. That's all he said. Just go easy on them. Don't kill them.
but still, it's against the philosophy of Christianity.
I know. That's what my point is. That's literally against the philosophy of Christianity. By the way, Christianity is the first and the biggest force against LGBT, not Muslims or anything else.
But it's not the European Christian, it might be the Eastern.
No, every Christian. Every Christian.
I don't see that because living in this environment.
England is not a Christian country, sir. That's why in the environment, England is not a Christian country. Okay? Was, in the early part of the 1900s, was a pretty staunch Christian country. Actually, the patron of the saint was the King James Bible is King Charles right now. King Charles is the patron-in-chief of the King James Bible, which is a Protestant Bible. Okay? Romans control the Catholic version of the Bible. So, coming back to the point, now we have little individual Alis and Muhammads and Junaids and Khalids and Asad, individuals running around, Brownian motion. You know Brownian motion, the English guy? Drifters, going from career to career, everyone is just another guy. So I'm going to treat you just like another individual, right? So I'm going to try and negotiate with you, win-wins. So if I have to give anything without any return, this is not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. We're not going to crack any deal unless I get something while you're getting something. That's called negotiation, right? It's that simple. Now, what is Palestine? Palestine is a group of people who are not going to give anything to anyone. What are they going to give? They only want to receive right now. Obviously, they're not in any position to give anyone anything. Hence, we're not negotiating. We cannot negotiate the Palestine. Our mental machine is not designed to negotiate with someone who's not going to be able to give anything. Let's just say, let me reverse the scenario here. All of a sudden, whatever this conspiracy theory is, which of course I believe in, Gaza has a lot of oil, just, boiling out all of a sudden. And Gazans declare, or even the East Bank, okay, let's just say all of Palestine, whichever Muslim-controlled Palestine, all of a sudden Palestinians declare that whoever is going to help us will own the oil wells that we just discovered. Now, you do not have to do the math. It's like a common sense thing that if we are going to get the oil and we're going to own that oil well, on all of that oil, if we are the first one in the land, we do not need Donald Trump's or UN's or anybody's approval anymore, do we? Guess who's going to be there first? Well, I know who's going to be there, who's going to be second in the race. That's China. The Chinese are going to go there. But someone's going to beat them to it. You know who? Come on.
Russia.
No. The Pakistanis. The Pakistanis are going to beat everyone in the game. You know why? Think about it. Come on, we all know we're Pakistanis. We are. Whenever there is anything for free, no matter what happens, we are going to grasp onto that opportunity. Why do you think there are most amount of Pakistanis in any Muslim ethnicity in England? Have you ever wondered why England is the most Pakistanis out of Pakistan are in England? You know that, right? Most Indian Muslims out of India is in England, yes. So think about it. Most Muslims in America are from where? Think about it. Take a wild guess. India. Yes. The subcontinent Muslims are most number in whatever country you're gonna pick. Except two. Obviously, Israel is one of them. We couldn't get it there, otherwise we would have made it. We don't think, there's no, Pakistanis cannot enter any airport going to, any airline going towards Israel, because that's the one country on our passport, which we've written, that this passport is valid only in every place except Israel. That's written on our passports, okay? They're so anti-Israel as people, not our government though. So, Pakistanis, overseas Pakistanis, I'll tell you, just because Palestine cannot give, we cannot go to Palestine. Where do we get that training from? Where do we get the negotiation training from, and when? When does a human being become a negotiator? Now psychology knows. Actually, it knew it in 1983. In 1983, there was a big discovery, okay? Now human brains, all girls and boys, we become negotiators at a certain age. There's a certain function of the brain that starts operating. Otherwise, we don't negotiate. Have you seen kids, when you take a toy, he doesn't say, you know what, if you're taking this toy, why don't you give me something in return? He doesn't do that. But at a certain age, he starts to negotiate. What is that age? Come on, parents, you know that. Mommies?
12.
Age of 7. Yeah, I'm going to get to why your son is an early negotiator. Don't worry. I'll talk about this. There's a slide. There's a slide about this. Okay? Age of 7, a human child starts negotiating. Okay? And if your kids are negotiating at the age of 3 or 4, that means he sees mommy negotiating and daddy negotiating. That's where it's called perversion. We are perverting our children into early premature negotiation. And you know what a negotiator is, right? Negotiator means, I'm not a giver, buddy. You give, I give. You receive, I receive. You take, I take. So if you want me to give, you give. Ek haath de, ek haath le. So what's your name, sir? Abdul Rahman, how old are you?
40.
40. 36 years of negotiations. That's how I look at human beings now. So Asad, you're 13. That's 7 years of negotiation experience, man. 7 years. That's a lot. What's your name? How old are you, Jake?
20.
Raised here?
Yes.
25. 20 years. 21 years. How old are you, buddy?
9.
You're 9. What's your name? Muhammad. Allahu Akbar. Come here, man. I need to shake your hand. Muhammad, where are you from?
Pakistan.
You're from Pakistan? You call Muhammad? Amazing. Where's your father?
Oh no, I'm his uncle.
Yeah, mashallah. Muhammad. What's your full name?
Muhammad bin Murtaza.
Mashallah. So nobody can actually take that name away from you now. Good job. Because Muhammad bin Murtaza cannot be called Murtaza now. Okay? You structured it. So, Muhammad, you're 7? Or how do you're 9? You're 9? 9. Why aren't you singing with your father? Oh, no. I'm asking.
Came a bit late.
So, you came on time? Okay, why? Why'd you come on time? Why? Why'd you come on time?
Because my mother, like, she said you have to attend this class.
Okay. Always be on time, okay? Yeah. This is called negotiation. You actually negotiated yourself into coming late, whatever reasons there were. So when I see a 30-year-old, 40-year-old man, I see a 36 years experience of negotiation. Now, you know what that puts me in a state of fear. Because I do not have that kind of experience, so I'm naturally going to lose. So you know what I'm going to do naturally? I'm going to put a mercy face on. You know what mercy face is? That you would have, because that's also negotiation, right? That's a negotiation tactic. I want you to have mercy on me, so I'm going to be on the begging mode all the time. I'm going to show my weakness so that you go easy on me. That's normal and natural disposition. Now, you tell me, here is the problem. Here is the problem. Mommies, you know why they call it the motherboard? You know what a motherboard is, right? In the computer? So, man, what's the motherboard? What's the motherboard? Come on. No, it's not a control. Come on. It's a board. It's a board. There's something on the board. They call it the motherboard for a reason. Yes. Everything like what? The wire's going to the sockets. The socket's going to the circuit. Circuit's going to the motherboard. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. So, no, I'm going to show it to you. Don't worry. Because she's right. Aap sabko to pata. You all know what a motherboard is, Jake. You know what it looks like. Irfan, when was the last time you saw a motherboard? Well, you get to see, because, you know, now we're in the tablets thing. We don't break open tablets, right? Before that, we had PCs. We had to assemble, we still assemble PCs, right? Here in England, you have a desktop computer, right? You have to assemble that. First thing you get is a motherboard. For example, what's the name of a motherboard? It's a very famous thing going on. Intel is not a motherboard, sir. Instead a processor. It's a chip that goes onto a motherboard, by the way. Okay? So, a motherboard is called a motherboard because everything is going to come from it. It is going to define the speed and function of everything else. So here is the problem. Here is the problem. I told you how and when you make a Muslim into a member of a community. Now, I'm not saying it's too late, but I'm telling you, you got to start today. Otherwise, every single day he's going far from my son Shafi'i. Every single day he's going to spend in this planet, with this definition, he's going farther from my son. And so is my son going farther from him. Because if I don't change the process of fermentation right now, because, you know, the dough hasn't risen yet. This is a risen dough. You are a risen dough. That means not much can change. Here is the mommy. Here is the mommy. And by the way, you're immigrants, all of you guys. Most of you guys. So immigrants have a totally different fermentation. England did that to you. Every country does that to the immigrant. The solvent, the predominant philosophy, hones into the immigrant's philosophy. It, pressures it into a new identity. It's called acculturation. They teach you that in England? Acculturation? With an A? You know what that word means? Come on, acculturation?
They call it naturalization.
No. They also call it acculturation. Naturalization is a different thing. It's a political word. Acculturation is something else. What's it called? Google it up. It's interesting. I thought you guys would know about this. You Google it up? No? Jake, acculturation? Never heard of it? It's fun? Google it up.
Removal of culture?
Yeah. It's not removal. It's something else. It's so beautiful. That's the word. But modification is physics. This is chemistry. Modification is physics, okay?
Assimilation to a different culture, typically the dominant one.
Yeah, they just winged it. I'll tell you what acculturation in psychology is, okay? Acculturation is obviously only in psychology. Acculturation is a psychological term. It's a key word. I'll tell you what it means. It means that Assad, I'm going to make sure that I change the definitions of every word that you learned in Syria, definitions. And I'm going to make sure you believe in the new definitions of the same words now. That's acculturation. So whatever word you guys say or I say, your brain is generating a response because you know the meaning of that word. And there's a certain response of every word, right? So if I say good job, you're going to be like, okay, great, good job. He said good job. If I say, dude, why did you do that? All of a sudden, your amygdala is going to start functioning. What, did I do something wrong? Certain response from certain words. So just like that, if I say Muslim, your brain generates something. If I say Christian, your brain generates something. That's a response. That's coming from the definition. Okay? So acculturation means I'm going to reset the motherboard. I'm going to reset the motherboard. I'm going to change the sockets, plug out the wires, and I'm going to change the socket, replug the wires. So here's the problem. Here is the problem. Understand why you guys came here. You guys came here for a reason. Because there were some sockets in your brain wired into some sort of a system, getting all the information. You saw this guy, you saw this title or this kind of topic. You knew it's in Masjid. So you came up with certain expectations here, okay? You did not expect me to sing or dance for you. You expected something. Now, this boy, or that boy, Shamir, okay? He's born, look at that boy, look at that boy. Now, that boy in this age has certain sockets. What's your name? That's your brother?
No, he's my cousin.
Okay, what's your name?
His name is Aslan.
Aslan. Okay, Aslan. Now, at this age, make sure Allah Azza wa Jalla has put some certain sockets in this system. And He's keep on pushing every parent to use certain wires with certain hooks and certain plugs to go into those sockets. Every human being is born with the same kind of sockets. I want to show you those sockets in the Quran, don't worry. I want to show it to you in psychology. And then you'll find out that when Allah's Prophet said that if you raise a son or two daughters on my own nahaj, then you will be in Jannah with me like this. If you put the same wires that I put in the young Muslim boy, if you put the same wire in the same sockets, then you will be with me in Jannah like this. So what are those wires and where are the sockets? That's the problem. The problem is when I say the word Qur'an, the fear, the feeling that you guys get is fear. When I say read the Qur'an, more fear. So somebody put the wrong definition and the flavor of that definition before we were even 6 or 5 or 4. That's why no Muslim opens the Quran. There's another guy, forget about who his name is. I'm going to use his method. Everybody has a Quran in their house? Everybody? You have a Quran in the house, Asad? Now, do you have any other book other than the Quran in the house? Raise your hands. Any other book? Okay. Okay, so more 90% of you. Do you have a novel that you've read? Anybody has ever read a novel other than the Quran or that book? Okay. Now, the way that novel made it to the side table of your bedrooms, the way that book made it to the side tables of your bedroom, because you had to sleep with that book. You're enjoying it so much so that your own favorite book, especially girls, you know, your own favorite book, you did not finish it because you did not want it to end. You loved it so much. You kept those last few pages and chapters alive. You were so afraid that you don't want it to finish, that you kept it alive. Okay? Of course, you finished at some point in time, but there was a certain agony you were going through when it was about to end. It made it to your side table in your bedroom every night. Now, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Just 5 seconds exercise. Just tell me, where is the Quran inside your house? Think about it.
The top shelf or the bookshelf?
Yeah. This is such a simple test to show who delivered the Quran wrong, why did he do it, whether he did it or not. Because if he delivered it rightly to your brains, it would have been filled with sticky notes, markers, notes, inside the side table of your bed. But Quran never made it there. We all know where our Qurans are, inside our homes. They are made to be at the farthest place from our daily use and reach. That shows only one emotion, that we are afraid to go near it. And even if we read it, another test. This is one book, this Quran, that we use only in the times of fear and calamity. We run to the Quran when our rest of the system starts failing. That's the problem that any psychologist is going to tell you, that this is like a superstitious medicine that you've come up with? You think reciting the Quran without knowing the meaning is going to pull you out of trouble? Does it say that in the Quran? Have you read an ayah about the Quran that says, read this ayah without even knowing the meaning? Just recite it. Just recite the ayah. And that thing is going to vanish, or, that problem is going to be solved. Ek bhi ayat pata aapko aisi? Does it say that in the Quran? So why do we use it in the time of, we start reciting the Quran as soon as something's going wrong? Boy, son, daughter falling ill, go to the Quran. Divorce imminent, go to the Quran. Trying to get married, go to the Quran. Examinations, go to the Quran. Job, career, in trouble, go to the Quran. And do what? Just start reciting, no matter what's going on. And in the Quran, the verses that you're reciting most probably are Azabun Alim. Ya ayyuhal munafiqun. You're reciting that. Ya ayyuhal munafiqun. And you're thinking, oh, my job is, my job, my son, my health, my child's health. This is the use of the Quran. You don't even know that Allah is actually telling you that I'm going to punish you. Afala ta'khilun. You're not even going to open the brain. You're just going to keep reciting it, not even think about it. Even though I put these ayahs in the Quran, la'allahum yatafakkarun, so that you can open your mind and think, ponder, and put this book to some use. No, we're not. We are trying to put the feeling of reading the Quran to some use. That's the feeling. Just reciting the Arabic, right? We don't even know what it means. So what happens to this book? Hadil, you write a book, becomes the #1 seller. #1 seller. And also, in brackets, they say, the New York Times writes a review about your book. This book is sold most amount of time in this year, but never read. Think about it. This is the review of your book. Most amount of copies sold, but never actually read. Next year, the review comes in of your book. Most amount of copies sold again. Recited, never understood. Then the third year, you write a book, and then the review comes in. Look at the book review. Most amount of copies sold. Read by people who don't even understand the language. These 3 titles we give to the Quran every year. The book read by people who don't even understand the language. Read by people, never read by people who bought it. The most amount of books sold which will never be opened. That's the Quran. Now you understand the delivery method. This is an indicator. This is an indicator. Because mommies and daddies, you let the most incompetent man who was the delivery boy of the Quran, the most incompetent delivery boy, in front of Muhammad's and Aslan's, in front of Shamir's, which was the Qari Sahib, who was the worst thing that ever happened to the delivery mechanism of the Quran or any book. And you gave your son to him that, you know what, scare the hell out of my son from this book, please. Make sure he never opens this book again. Make sure he will always get afraid when we say the title of this book. And he said, oh ma'am, Adil, how do you think I'm going to do that? And you know what you said? Just be yourself, buddy. Just be yourself. Do not try and change anything on my accord. The more you're going to be yourself, the more he's going to be afraid, the more he's going to be terrified actually. He'll palpitate. He'll have blood pressure issues the moment he's going to think of you or the book. Does that happen in Syria as well? The Qur'an come and, kids just start running around getting scared. Does that happen in Arab? So same kind of delivery method, isn't it? So here I'm going to show you how to, for mommies raising kids. I swear to you, you want to prove me wrong? Produce a child who's not afraid of the Quran. Just give me one. Give me one. I will stop everything right here. On the camera, write your comments. Give me one child who is not afraid of the Quran. You know why he's afraid of the Quran? We first get him afraid of Allah Azza wa Jal, then we make him afraid of Islam, and then naturally he's going to be afraid of the Quran. That's the difference between a Muslim motherboard and any other motherboard. We generate circuitry of fear. That's the problem. That's why I'm going to show you the delivery method. Once we change the delivery method, the fermentation process will take over on its own. That's going to happen on its own. So I'm going to start taking some kids as case studies, and I'm going to show you how to read signs, okay? So, who is a child who's between 7 and 10? Muhammad, you are, right? 7 and 10, right? Have you gone through the solar system yet? You know what the stars and planets are? How many planets do you know? 8. 8 planets are there. Listen to what I'm doing, okay? See what I'm doing right now. Mommies, look at what I'm doing. Muhammad, how do you know that there are 8 planets? I thought there were 9. Pluto is not a planet? It is? So doesn't it make 9 planets? Let's count them. Mercury? Venus. Hold on, go on. Earth. Earth is a planet? Okay. Muhammad? Earth and then Jupiter, okay. Muhammad, I'm trying to listen to your words. You're the most important person for me right now. So you said Mercury, you said Venus, you said Earth, you said Jupiter, and then you said? Mars, okay, that's 5. Sun not a planet? It's the sun. The sun not a, it's a star. What's the difference? What's the difference between a star and a planet?
The star is like big and
Big?
the
Yeah.
planets are like small.
Small. So that's one difference. Is there any other difference?
The other size.
You just told me the size, yeah. Anything else? Oh yeah, the temperature, yeah. Planets have regular temperature. Stars are boiling, right? Millions and millions of centigrades, yeah, okay. What else? Remember the last time you saw any of these things on screen? When? When?
In my school.
School, oh, okay. So, did you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, why did you like it?
Because it was like about the solar system and it was also interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Okay. It was very interesting. Why do you think it was interesting?
Because like we get to know new things and to know like.
Are you not born here?
Huh?
You're not born here.
I was born here. No, I'm not born here. I was born in Saudi Arabia.
When did you come here?
2 days.
He's just visiting.
Yeah, there you go. I could sense a little bit of, what's the word? No, originality. Originality. Gee, girl this age. We have a girl, what's your name, beta? What's your name? Hajra, right? Hajra. Do you know about the solar system? Yeah? Really? How old are you? You're 11? I thought you were 6. Seriously, look at her. Okay. So, Hajra, what is the solar system? Yes, that's correct. So, can you tell me the name of the planets? That's it, yes, that's it, because they took out Pluto, right? They kicked it out of the system. They kicked Pluto out of the system. Poor Pluto. So, can anyone tell me, Irfan?
Yeah.
Why do you think Pluto is not a planet?
Because I think it doesn't meet all the requirements of a planet.
Yeah, okay. So, here's the thing. Why do you think I'm talking about the solar system and the kids? Here's the thing. Hajra, did someone push you into studying the planets and the stars and the systems? The teacher. And when you were reading the whole physics of it, the science, did you have to memorize it? Yeah. Muhammad, when did you learn about the solar system? When? Grade 3, yeah, that makes sense. In England as well. Grade 2 to 2, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. This is basic science, right? Now, I want to ask you a simple question. Hadil. Sorry, you're sitting in the front. You asked for it, okay? So, sir, what's your name? Adnan, how old are you? Are you a father?
No.
No, you're not?
I look 29.
Nobody looks like a father, man. Why do you care whether you look like a father? So you're 29? Yeah, it's okay. You could have been easily a father. Yeah, I was a father at 21. Okay? So, what's your name? Sorry. Adnan. Adnan? Solar system is being taught at the 3rd year, which is what? The 7th year of the age? 8th year? 7th, 8th year? Yeah. Now you tell me, simple. Think. Don't complicate this. Don't overthink it. When does the Qur'an teach the solar system?
I think from beginning.
Really? When did it teach the solar system, man? Why did you say beginning? Adnan? When you don't know the answer, the best answer is, sir, I don't know the answer. Think, mommies, when is the Quran teaching the solar system? Before the what now? What's your name, beta? What's your name?
Lilian.
Lilian. What do you think? The Quran?
Quran, when teach solar system? Quran, when taught solar system?
Asad, do you know the solar system?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the? Yeah, have you seen the solar system in the Quran?
Yeah.
Really? You've seen the solar system in the Quran? Yeah. That's not the solar system. That's just the moon. Okay? Now, listen. Kids are designed to learn space science. It's designed. Every child is. No matter where he's born, what gender. They're designed to learn the system in the universe, the galaxies and the stars. Not because they're so fascinating, because we are wired into it by birth. Every human child, especially boys, there has been enough evidence now that the male boys, of course, the cisgender, is going to go into space sciences by design more probably than girls, but girls are also designed. Human beings are designed for it. Okay? We have to push the girls a little more, but we don't even have to push the boys. They're naturally, we have to push them out of it. Okay? You need to understand. Now we know. How do we know that? Through history, by the way. You know how many planets did human beings know when they got the telescope? 9. When they got the James Webb telescope, they reduced it to 8. Before the telescope, how many planets did we know? 9. Oh, 7 actually. 7. Because Neptune was a recent discovery, and then you know, Pluto was a post-telescope discovery. But we knew about Pluto through some sort of a speculation. But you know what, Asad? 16,000 years ago, human beings were here. We now know that through archaeology. 16,000 years, actually we were there here before that. Even those people, well, the first thing they wrote about in their tablet, you know what they wrote about was? The solar system, the galaxies. They drew 11 planets, and the sun in the middle. Without any telescope or any kind of sciences, they knew 11 planets and the sun in the middle. In the same order, by the way. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn with the rings. Saturn with the rings without telescope. So why I'm telling you this is, there's a reason why I'm just going to take astronomy as an example. I can give you 11 examples of 11 categories of biology, political science, mathematics, physics, astrophysics, and chemistry, psychology, all of this inside the Quran as is. As is. I can give it to you. Those are the sockets. Allah is actually trying to tell you that they are already there. Just plug the wire in. And then Allah says, in the beginning, when this boy is, or a girl is young, he's naturally going to show you, because we developed the brain like this. He's naturally going to show you what he demands. So your Muhammad's here, who's 9, either he's going to go into physics, if he chooses, or he's going to run out of physics fascination by the age 13. That's it. No more physics if he loses the fascination. By the age 13, he's naturally going to go either into humanities or STEM fields. Now we know that. But the Quran is already giving you all of this. And mommies, even though kids were jumping into astronomy themselves, but they were not jumping into the Quran, because you were not opening astronomy inside the Quran. You know how the Quran starts? Any girl? How does the Quran start? What's the first ayah of the Quran? No, that's not the first ayah of the Quran. That's the first ayah of the Revelation, right? The Quran, we all have the Quran. Come on, open the Quran, first ayah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And then? Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Maher, you know what this is? This is astronomy. That's the first ayah starting with astronomy. Every child should have asked, Mommy, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. What do you mean, Alameen? And mommies should have opened, hey, hold on, let me show you the 7th heaven first, then 6th, coming down to the first in which you and I are reciting the Quran right here. And you know where physics right now is? The first heaven. They call it the CMB, the cosmic microwave background. Come on, seriously? You guys never heard about this?
Background radiation. Yeah.
What is it? What is it, do you think?
It's the
It's
the background radiation from the Big Bang, or the cosmic background.
I'll take it from now. Not literally, okay? That's not how it is, okay? So, see, that's mediocrity. That's why Muslims are doing whatever they're doing. So, what's cosmic microwave background? What is this? Is the edge of the
It's from the event that occurred after the Big Bang.
after the Big Bang. So it's the, but right now what it's also known as the edge of the observable universe. Okay, observable universe. That means the science says, yeah, you know, we know, oh Muslims, we know about one alam. We cannot know because we can't see through the second alam, or the wall of the first alam. The first universe is right there. And we can deduce some laws because of it, but we can't crack the code. We can't crack the code. I'll tell you this right now, I'm not talking about Quran and science. I'm talking about the delivery of the Quran. Make sure you understand. And your child is naturally understanding Sun, Mercury, Venus, Pluto, the Andromeda, Alpha Centauri, Canis Majoris. Every boy has a universe sandbox. Through these tablets, they know so much. But that is not part of the Quran. If that was a part of the Quran, he would have loved the Quran. He loves the parts of the Quran, not even knowing that this is Quran. And when he said Quran, he said, oh, no, not that guy. Because that Qari Sahib just beats the hell out of me. Not that book, because that book has fire in there. It's going to burn me. So, cosmic microwave background is the edge of the first heaven. In the Quran, I'll show you this right now. Allah says, مُزَيَّنَ السَّمَاءَ الدُّنْيَا. With what? You know what masabi are? Masabi is the? There you go. Masabi means lamps, literally, but you know, the heavenly bodies that twinkle. So what is Sama Dunya? Sama Dunya is the first heaven, because Dunya is the name of the planet Earth. So when you see stars, you see the first heaven. And after that, what is after that? After that is water. No, physics does not know that. Physics knows that there's water. It does not know the layers of water. So I'm not going to turn this session into a Quran and science session. I'm here for a reason. I'm here for a reason that Quran was showing us the delivery of the Quran. Quran was showing the delivery of the Quran. But you know who's showing it? Mr. Frank or Peter or some Samantha in Newcastle teaching physics. And they're doing a really good job. They're teaching whatever they know.
Question again. The basic question, maybe it's my knowledge. The Sahaba, like, they didn't have that kind of knowledge that we have right now.
No.
Of course, they had the better knowledge about the Quran. You know?
No, they had a better knowledge of physics as well.
Yeah, I agree, yeah. But the current knowledge we have is different, you know.
No, it's not.
Objective kind of knowledge.
No, they had an objective kind of knowledge too.
But they had more faith in those. Okay, if I say that they had the knowledge about.
Oh, David would have had faith. This Muhammad sitting behind you would have had more faith if he found the universe and heavens in the Quran as well. He has faith in physics, you know that?
So,
how do you think he has faith in physics?
Because he's going through that kind of thing. That we are teaching him physics.
No, that's something he's learning. How do you think he has faith in physics?
Turn to explain things better way in the school. So basically, right now we objectify the thing.
I don't know what that word means. Urdu mein पूछे मुझसे.
Basically, जो सहाबा थे वो उनको ईमान ज़्यादा था, तो ईमान की वजह से जो है वो उन्होंने 100 साल का प्लान नहीं बनाया जैसे हम अभी बना रहे हैं, जैसे ये 100-year plan है. So उन्होंने जो है काम कर लिया वो जो है.
Do you think Sahaba ने 100 साल का प्लान नहीं बनाया?
नहीं उन्होंने जो है ना अभी हज़रत अबू बकर सिद्दीक ने जो है रोमा और फारिस को जो है फौरन ही कैसे जो है 15,000 की फौज जो है दो रियासतों से लड़ने के लिए जा रही है.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let's go a little behind Abu Bakr Siddiq. Do you think Prophet ﷺ did not make the 100-year plan?
What?
He literally uses the word. I took it from him. You didn't know that?
वो उनका विजन था कि ये
So, okay, what? Really? You're backtracking on your own statement here.
लेकिन
तो और क्या होता है? विजन 100 साल, 500 साल, 1000 साल.
लेकिन जो उन्होंने किया उस टाइम किया वो किया फेथ की वजह से.
Oh,
हम ये फेथ
listen. क्या नाम है आपका सर? उमर, पूरा नाम क्या आपका? मोहम्मद उमर फरीद. Muhammad out, Umar in, eh? चलो, I'll treat you as Umar if you're not Muhammad, right? ऐसा ही करूंगा मैं, समझ कर लूँ. 25 करोड़ बंदे ऐसे करे पाकिस्तान में. उमर, जितना उस मोहम्मद को फिजिक्स में फेथ है ना, उतना आपको कुरान में नहीं है. मैं कसम उठाता हूं. आप समझ रहे फेथ कोई रॉकेट साइंस है. Enough people saying is the truth becomes the faith. That's it. Mommy saying this is the truth becomes the faith of the son. No, hold on. Don't overthink it. Faith इतना simple है. उसको build करने के लिए साथ वाले लोगों का momentum of performance चाहिए होता है बस. You need enough people performing on the same task. It's called the herd. This is the herd. The Muslim herd is individualistic. That's why mommies plug all of these wires into our sons and daughters. Because the herd is performing like this. We have faith in the herd. We do not have faith in the Quran. I swear to God, we do not. I don't have to be a Muslim to know that. I don't have to be a psychologist to know that. I can test it right now. That if our kids believe in physics or in the Quran, I swear they believe in physics. Even though that very physics is inside the Quran. Very physics. They believe in mathematics, not the Quran. And very mathematics is in the Quran. They believe in biology, they believe in politics, all in the Quran. But we are doing is, instead of using the Quran to get those sockets fulfilled, we use these terminologies, these separations. And then you expect them to have faith in the Quran? It's not possible to have faith in two opposing philosophies, buddy. Cannot happen. We're not designed for two. We're designed for one, ahad. साइंस की तरफ नहीं लेके जा रहा, वो कुरान से दूर है. कुरान में भी साइंस है.
मान लिया आपकी बात. लेकिन बात ये है कि अगर कोई बंदा साइंस के बाद कुरान की तरफ आ रहा है तो उसको ईमान आ गया. अब वो 100 साल का प्लान बनाएगा या वो क्या करेगा?
आपको 100 साल के प्लान से मसला क्यों हो रहा है? आपको अपने पोते नहीं अजीज?
पोते अजीज हैं.
तो फिर क्या करें?
लेकिन बात ये है कि
आप ये बताएं, क्या नाम है आपका? उमर. आप शादीशुदा है? आपने शादी बीवी के लिए की थी, बच्चों के लिए की थी? ना, ठीक. बीवी के लिए की थी या बच्चों के लिए? मैं आपसे इसे दोबारा पूछा सर. मैंने दोबारा पूछा. No, I didn't get the answer. You married a woman for the woman, or you married the woman for the kids?
I married the woman so that I can.
Did you get married for kids or not? You did? Oh, you had a 100-year plan? I thought your faith only demanded immediate action. That immediate action naturally had some results, right? In your back of your mind, everybody got married for kids. But we didn't have kids, we just got married to the woman or the man. We knew actions have consequences, and of course there's going to be some consequence. We need to make sure we married not for the girl's looks, but for the culture of the girl. Best case scenario, the philosophy of the girl, right? Why are we choosing philosophy of the girl? Because we have a 100-year plan. Otherwise, we would have just married beautiful girls only, regardless of their philosophies. But we get married to girls because of the kids, right?
I've been to the Sahaba. Focus on the Sahaba. What they did.
Do you think they were marrying without thinking they were going to be kids?
the way they dealt with the system, you know, they spread the system. It's basically they fought, you know, like they were the
Omar, I don't blame you because Muslims in Pakistan are trained that Sahabas did not even have any foresight. You think Sahabas did not have any foresight?
अब बदल की जंग देख ले आप तो उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं था तो फिर वो लड़ने के लिए चले गए अभी सब कुछ
सर इसका क्या ताल्लुक है मेरे इस केस से?
मैं फेथ की बात कर रहा हूँ
तो मैंने फेथ ना आ जाए आप लोगों में, फेथ के खिलाफ आया हूं मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ फेथ की टेक्निक होती है, आप उस टेक्निक को कहे नहीं सर आगे का नहीं सोचना, बस जो आ जाओ कर दो, क्या हो गया आपको? कुरान खुद फोरसाइट दे रहा है, नबी मेरा फोरसाइट दे रहा है, आप कह रहे हैं सहाबा में फोरसाइट नहीं थी?
ठीक है लेकिन उन्होंने जो किया वो तो लगता था कि वो
आपको लगता था सर, असल में नहीं था, आपको लगता। अब्दुल रहमान बिन औफ की एतराज पड़े जो है तो सर आप सुनते नहीं हैं, पता है I think you should speak that, ask that question in English. I'll tell you why. Because there are a lot of people who cannot understand. That's a very important question you're asking.
So basically, we are still trying to find the convenience of the thing, you know, like in society, and so that.
Give me an example where I said convenient. This will be convenient.
I can't remember. No.
But this is convenience. This is not. This is gonna get you killed. Yeah, this is gonna get you a long, long life of slavery, but yeah.
1 year on that side.
You think this is 1 year?
Yeah, maybe less.
Maybe less. 1400 years, this book didn't let us down. You think it's gonna let us down in 24 hours?
It's again, I will say that there is convenience that gives you, if Imam Hussein did the same thing like that, he would have stayed, you know, like.
Imam Hussein did it for him so that you can be called Umar, not Shankar. He was thinking 1400 years from now, from that time. If he didn't do that, you would have been a Shankar, I would have been another Shankar. We would have been discussing bhajans by now. We would have been Sitas and Gita sitting here. If Hussein didn't do whatever he did. You think he was just doing it for, okay, let's just see, kal ki kal dekhenge, aaj 24 ghante sahi guzar lein. That's their philosophy? The Prophet ﷺ's son is not looking at the day of judgment and the last man before the day of judgment. The prophets come in with the foresight. Ummati, ummati, Prophet ﷺ says, ummati. You know who that ummati is? Not even me. My greatest and the greatest grandsons. They're looking for 1,000 and 10,000 years. By the way, ours is the only prophet who documented the centuries. That's the prophecies of Prophet ﷺ. Is for centuries and centuries. The Prophet ﷺ talked about the Dajjal and the coming of the, Isa ibn Maryam. You think he did not have a 100-year plan?
100 EQ.
Oh, 100 is 3 generations. That's why 100. Because my direct repercussions are on my grandchildren that I can see. After that, I will be dead. There's more chances, and I'm not going to see not me, but a regular man is not going to see his great-grandson. But on average, most people see their grandchildren. So that's 100 years. That's a 100-year slice. Okay? That's why it's called a 100-year plan. So that the kids start critical thinking, challenging their fathers. And as soon as they start challenging their fathers about any question, they start filtering out the grandfather's nonsense in philosophy. And if they do their own research, their own worldview based on, so this becomes a distilled process. Otherwise, whatever I'm doing right now, I'm a lot of my grandfather. Because my father didn't stop the whole chain of thought and philosophy. Isliye, whatever we are, whatever we're going to die. Sunnis are going to die Sunnis, Shias are going to die Shias, Chinese communists are going to die communists. They don't think themselves out of the system. They just follow, they're the cogs, they're just cogs, faceless cogs. They're not human beings. Part of the machine, rolling around, same thing. That's why we need these things. See, Hadil, first thing, priority. You don't have to work towards it. Asad, you're born with it. There are no coincidences in Islam, okay? Allah chose you to be born in wherever you're born so that you can get that skill. You gotta put that skill to some use. Okay? It's not a luxury, it's a responsibility. And all of this I chose because all of this is the subject and knowledge of the Quran. The Quran teaches us mathematics, or learn it. You need those Fields medals in Muslims now. If we are not going to aim for Fields medals, we are not going to represent the Quran. I'm going to send it. You have a group made for these people? Where's the girl who? Okay, well, assuming you guys are in the same group, I'll send you a book by a Muslim on the Quranic mathematics. And you'll find out how human beings have now charted and chalked out as much as our minds can of how Allah Azza wa Jal used mathematics to write this book. Simple right there. So that you would understand that our God is a God of qadr. A qadr means proportion. Qadr means specificity and precision. Okay? So if our God is a mathematician, He writes a book based on the balance of mathematics, and we're not learning mathematics. Allah Azza wa Jal says, produce an ayah like this if you can. You know what that means? That means use the same formula that I did. You can't even comprehend the formula. That's why the Arabs couldn't produce the same ayah, because they knew that this balance they cannot create or produce. That's not a challenge of poetry. That's a challenge of mathematics. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this so that you would see mathematics here. You would see physics here. You would see biology here, politics, political science here. And then you would train your child that, you know what, you're 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. You need to learn these so that you can understand the Quran. Let me give you an example. Let me give you a very simple example. فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَوَاقِعِ النُّجُومِ. Allah says in the Quran, فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَوَاقِعِ النُّجُومِ. What does that mean? Allah is swearing, Allah Azza wa Jalla is swearing, that I swear upon the death of the star, the place where the stars die. And if you know, only if you knew, this is a very big oath I just took. अगर तुम जान लो तो ये बहुत ही बड़ी कसम है जो मैंने उठा ली. Allah Azza wa Jalla is saying that. So, why is this such a big oath? इतनी बड़ी कसम क्यों है ये? Think. And why is Allah Azza wa Jalla swearing upon a certain part of the universe, certain part of the heavens? What is that part? You think we're just going to surpass this verse in the Quran? When Allah says, this is too big, does that not halt everything else? The whole machine should stop. Why is that so big? Umar, why is this badi qasam kyun hai? Think.
It's mentioned in the Quran, in Surah Al-Baqarah. Maybe, like you said, could be the way to the second heaven. Or
Could be. I'm not saying it is that. But the part itself is so big. Why? Why is that big? You know how we know how big this part is? How do you think we knew how big this part is? Asad, do you know the meaning of this verse? فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَوَاقِعِ النُّجُومِ. What does it mean?
Like Allah, like He says in like the thing of the stars.
The place? Place of the what?
The
Place of the stars? No, it's not the place of the star. It's the place of the death of the stars. Okay? بِمَوَاقِعِ النُّجُومِ. The star is dying. It's falling down. Literally falling down. Okay? Now, can you learn it through political science? No. Nujum is not political science. Nujum is what? Nujum is astronomy. So Allah is telling us to first read astronomy. That's when you're going to find out. Because Allah says, لَوْ تَعْلَمُونَ. So yeah, if you only knew. So you have to learn physics? Yeah, okay. So why is it so big? Well, physics tells us why it's so big. Why is it so big? Because there is nothing bigger that physics knows of. Physics does not know of anything bigger right now in all of the universe than the place which Allah says right now, right here. Nothing bigger than that. Nothing bigger, not only in size, but in the mechanism. The mechanism of that place, we now know. We know now through physics. So, 1400 years ago, Allah is pushing me to be the first guy. 1400 years ago, right? At that time, there was no telescope. So one guy, one Muslim, stands tall on a dune, regular sand dune, and says, you know what? Allah says in the Quran, إِذَا الشَّمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ إِذَا الشَّمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ. إِذَا means when. Shams means our sun, right? Kuvirat means, like what? Yes, give me the closest meaning you can think of. إِذَا الشَّمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ, Arabs. Yeah. No, kuvirat. There's a word, kuvirat is a certain word. That's the beauty of learning Arabic, right? Because unless you know what Allah is saying, we will not open the right door. These are the doors. See, I'm telling you, your kids are naturally born to be fascinated by this. Idha shamsu kuvirat means when like a what? When the sun is like a circle.
When like the sun formed like as a circle of the sphere.
It's called a spiral. Okay? Not a circle, it's a spiral.
I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I know. You don't know it. I know. So don't worry. You use the best, closest word. I'm going to give you the exact word. So the dark spiral. I do not have the picture right now because I do not have Google here. I should have had a slide. I think I might have it. I'm not going to open these slides. Don't worry. This is not for you guys. No, not here. Not here. No. Can you just I'll show you how Abdullah bin Abbas stands in front of people. People say, this sun will be darkened. How will this star be darkened? This is a burning star, burning forever since. And even if it darkens, how does a star darken or die? And you know what he does? He says, come here, man, give me your turban. And he opens the turban of that guy. And he starts turning the turban. You know, when you have to wear a turban, you have to turn it around, right? On its own self. Right? So he starts turning the turban. And he says, see how I'm turning the turban? This is how a star dies and turns black. Now you Google it right now. Google it up. How a star dies. What does it look like? And you'll see the spiral of the star going black. Like a spring, yeah. Without a telescope, Abdullah bin Abbas knew that. Without Newtonian physics or Einstein even, remotely born, how did he know? Where does the Quran say the star? Yeah, so think, yes.
Not all stars do go black.
Yeah, I know, not all. There are two kinds of stars, yeah. So that also means this sun is that kind of star. There's two pieces of information here. You know what I'm saying? Now we know that our sun is going to go black, by the way. This star is going to go black, not white. Now we know. Okay? It's not going to turn into a black hole, it's going to go into a black hole. Most probably. Okay? Now, we don't know for now, we don't know that. But even if it goes into a black hole, it's going to still die its own death before something happens. Okay? But before any of this happens, a third event is going to happen before all of this. It's going to blow up in size, which is going to happen to every star. It's going to happen to us as well. And when it's going to go up in big, inflate in its own size, that's the day we all are being told what's going to happen that day. And I'm thinking it's going to keep expanding for 50,000 years. All Muslims know why I'm saying 50,000 years, right? It's going to happen for 50,000 years, but it's going to be at a time where some planet or some constellation is going to come closer, and all of whatever is going to happen in that constellation where Allah says, يَوْمَ تَبَدَّلُ الْأَرْضَ غَيْرُ الْأَرْضِ. On that day, we are going to change the planet with some other planet. How beautiful the gift of Arabic is, eh? How beautiful it is. Do not ever take it for granted, okay? Don't ever take it for granted. Yeah, inshallah, okay? So, why am I talking physics here? You want me to talk anything else? I'll show you that. But you know, kids are not going to learn biology or what's the word, psychology. Hajra is not going to be fascinated by psychology. Hajra is naturally going to be fascinated by astronomy. But 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds are naturally going to be fascinated by psychology. They think it's power and technology, which it is. You understand the behavior of the group, you can change the behavior of the group, tune it in, tune it out, make them do this, make them do that. That's a lot of psychologists doing a lot of things right now, on us right now, right? Anyway, billions of dollars have been spent on psychology, billions, to change the opinions of groups. Like we know of what's going on in Israel and Palestine. Okay, yes?
I think one more thing that affects child psychology from early on.
No, I'm not talking about child psychology. I'm talking about children going towards psychology, okay? I'm talking about this right now. This socket of psychology does not appear in the brain before the 13th year. And it's going to appear in the front anyway. Here. The socket of psychology, as soon as it appears, you got to plug psychology in. And there is pure psychology in the Quran. Purest of the pure psychology. Okay? For example, let me give you a small example. Kizb. You know what kizb is? Kizb. What is kizb? Yeah, lying. Allah says kizb is the biggest zulm. Zulmun azim. Prophet says, jhoot, zulmun azim. You know what oppression, zulm is? What is zulm?
It's like...
I'm in love with this boy, isn't it? It's just like my anchor. Yes, mashallah.
Zulm is like when someone is... I will give an example because I don't know the word exactly. Someone, for example, is like he did something like not...
Why don't you come and sit here, man? Come here, sit here. Sit, because you're my interpreter anyway. Eh? Come, sit here. Gee, yes. So, have you ever thought zulm, झूठ एक जुल्म क्यों है? Think, मैं उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ साइकोलॉजी को ट्रिगर करने के लिए. झूठ एक जुल्म है. Does it make sense to you? Does it? Tell me why.
Because it hides the truth.
Because it hides the truth. Why it becomes a zulm? Zulm means oppression, okay? Oppression. Zulm is like cruelty, like snatching what is rightfully mine, okay? It's like zulm is like, tyranny. That's the word, tyranny. In England, you call it tyranny. Gee, why is it tyranny? Deprives you of the opportunity to grow, really. Close enough, yeah, that's a good attempt. I'll tell you what.
Zulm means to put something at its place where it's not belong.
It does not belong. To give something which is not rightfully there, put something where it doesn't belong, or take it out of where it belongs, right? So here is the thing. In psychology, we know that if I am trying to commit falsehood or speak something which is a lie, as a child, think about it, or as an adult, जैसे ही मैं झूठ के लिए तैयार होता हूँ, as soon as I start preparing myself for a statement which is a lie or not the truth, my whole body and my system, from my amygdalas to my lobes, to my prefrontal cortex, to my neocortex, to my limbic system, starts crashing down. I'm going against the very organic system, and I know that my system is crashing. And go to that moment, close your eyes, go to that moment, no, do it right now, close your eyes. Go to that moment where you remember you were telling a lie to somebody, okay, go to that moment. And right before that moment, you felt the deepest uneasiness because your system was crashing at that time. Your whole personality was changing because you knew you were going against a certain design that you are of. You were not only going through embarrassment in front of your own self, I'm telling you this right now, happens to every human being, you can't miss it. Happens so clearly, you can't even ignore it. Happens so well, you can never ever forget it. Happens every time. So when you're actually deceiving somebody by telling a lie, your body is actually crying right there. It's crying like, not with tears, crying like shouting. And you're going through it, but you're still going with the follow through of the lie, because you've done the cost versus benefit analysis, and you're saying, you know what, I'd rather tell a lie and get out of this trouble than to be in that trouble, because that's going to be way more embarrassing. But your body is actually going towards a certain reaction against this. I'm hoping everyone's gone through this, because it just doesn't take a rocket science parenting to make a boy on its natural fitrah of the truth. But you all know what I'm talking about. Once you know this is a process, then you'll know that when Allah says this is a big, a giant, a great zulm, then when you commit falsehood, जब झूठ बोल रहे होते हो, जुल्म कर रहे हो, किस पे? अपने आप पे. You're crashing the system that I made. You're changing the chemistry and the wiring that I made for you. And you're unplugging and, cutting off the circuits of the system when you're committing falsehood. That's the picture we cannot show to a child, because it's psychology. His brain is not developed. This boy has. That kid, that Hajra does not. So as soon as he goes into psychology, he understands, okay, this is the soul system. Why I'm telling you this is so that you would understand that every single phase of the child, different sockets keep appearing. And you do not plug the Quran in there by showing him what he is going through anyway, because Netflix is showing him. That's why he's on Netflix. YouTube is showing him. In the language he knows, he likes. In the language he fears and fascinates at the same time. That's the language of, stories. That's the language of heroes and villains. Heroes and villains. The Quran is the story of heroes and villains. He can read every story, watch every movie. Imagine, if I give you any book, Mavish, if I give you any book and I tell you to finish it in 3 hours, or read it for 3 hours, don't finish it, just read it for constantly 3 hours, it will become a burden on you. It will literally become a burden on you. 3 hours, you have to keep reading this book. Have you ever read a book for 3 hours straight? You always take a break, right? You always take a break, but whenever you have to watch an Indian movie, 3 hours pass like this. Imagine that. Your focus doesn't drop for a second. If I ask you to recite me any 10 or 12 quotes from that book, you will never. But if I ask you to recite any dialogue from that movie, you'll remember probably 20 of them, maybe 50 if not all. Imagine a 3-hour movie doing magic, mu'jiza, akramat. No. You know what the movie's doing? That movie's plugging into the right sockets. And that book is not plugging into the right sockets. Now, the trick is, the book was about the movie. You couldn't read the book. You saw the movie. Gave you Harry Potter to read. Couldn't finish it in time. Gave you Harry Potter to watch. You finished it twice. You watched it twice. The delivery method matters so much. That's why the Quran became the hardest book to read. That's why nobody reads the Quran. Because the delivery boy, using the exact opposite of how a brain actually gets fascinations in. Same boy is on YouTube and Netflix, same kind of concept, literally same concepts a lot of times. Going crazy about it, telling friends about it. Imagine a Muslim reads the Quran running to the neighborhood, look what I read, look what I read. Never happens, right? If anything, they start hiding it. I'm telling you, जिसको किताब पसंद आती है, दुनिया में हर बंदे को देता है गिफ्ट भी. ये पढ़, ये देख मैंने क्या पढ़ लिया है. Everybody goes through it. That's natural human design. We love a thing, we start spreading it. We start boasting about it actually. Quran देते हुए कभी ये वाला phenomena हुआ? No. Because we know he's also not going to love it because I don't love it. We scare him into it. Ye nahi padega, azab mein jalega. So how does this happen? Well, it happens very naturally. Who's going to teach us? Who's going to train us? Okay, sir, what is the delivery system? How do we get trained? Well, this is going to train us. This was the training manual. This was the professor. He was asking from when 4, he asked for some things. For example, when he was 4, when Muhammad was 4, he was asking for dinosaurs, right? Or what's the word? Transformers or Godzillas? Stars? Cars. There you go. So, were you into dinosaurs too?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah, okay. Well, because you don't even remember. You're too old now, right? You're an old man. That's how fast kids grow. You know, we don't change our fascinations after, 20 or 21, but we change our fascinations every week when we're this age. Literally every week. Actually, we judge kids who are still in that fascination. Last week, I was there too, but you know what? I'm too old for this. You're still a little minor. You're a little toddler, you. So, those are the pathways human beings are teaching us through their behavior, their fascination, their demands. And we're just not reading into it. In other words, I'm going to make it simple for you. Every time a child says, I want to watch this movie or this season or that toy, you can pick out the category, find that category in the Quran, see, it's going to be there. It's going to be right there. Because that's the natural human design. But you got to be really equipped to find that category, understand that category, connect this category with all of the rest of the categories of that age, and then deliver it. It is that simple. Hussein al-Islam says, there's not a single child in Arabia who is not taught the maghazi of the Prophet ﷺ. Do you know what maghazi is? The child goes into the stories of heroes and villains. Every Arab knew how to tell a story. Actually, we still read their stories. That's actually the Greek and the Arabs are the most famous of 2 literary societies of that age. So what are the stories? Well, Quran is full of those, developmental stories where the villain becomes such a big tyrant, he starts to become or claim himself as God. And then a guy with absolutely no resources goes to him every single time. Challenges the power every single time. Goes through problems every single time. Wins every single time. And imagine us, because we're not trained on those stories. Palestine is not such a big problem, I swear to God. It's become a mountain. Okay, well that should have excited us. We could have been David, that could have been Goliath. We could have been Dawud al-Islam, that could have been Jalut. But we know that miracles are not real because that's in the Quran, it's not real. Otherwise it would have been in physics. If miracles were real, they would have been in the books of physics, right? But miracles are not real because the anti of miracles is called physics, right? It's a science. So hold on there, hold on. So if the anti-miracles is physics, so Allah Azza wa Jal says, we gave David against Goliath a certain miracle. What was the miracle? Against physics? What was the miracle? Singing. Yeah, I know. Pakistanis believe Dawud al-Islam was a singer. Na'udhu billah. Yeah, I mean, no, you're not the only one, trust me. पाकिस्तानियों को ट्रेनिंग मिली भी है कि दाऊद अलैहिस्सलाम नाउज़ बिल्लाह सिंगर थे. ये होते हैं जब गलत डिलीवरी बॉयज कुरान को लेके आगे चले. सही कह रहे हैं, मुझे भी बताया गया था. And now it's like, really? One of our prophets is a singer. He doesn't really fit the whole profile, does he? Like 124,000 non-singers, this guy's singer. Doesn't really, plus he was a king as well, so Well, how did that happen? And you know what? He was actually, two of the miracles Dawud al-Islam got. Every prophet gets totally different miracles. But Dawud al-Islam not only got, because you said singing, okay, because that's exactly what the miracle is, but not singing. He got the miracle of sound. We think he's singing, na'udhu billah. He got the miracle of sound. You know what he did with sound? He actually used the wave, the frequency of sound, the wave. And he could actually change the shapes and the structural integrity of matter, which now no physics can do. That's in the Bible, in the Torah, and in the Quran. And Allah says, you gave him power because of the sound, that if he held metal in his hand, the metal will melt. It would soften in his hand every time he used to hold, because the structural integrity can be altered through whatever technique sound can have. We do not know that yet, but we know in theory it's possible. Yeah, I know. So he knew the frequency. And not only that, mummies understand this, because Dawud al-Islam taught the same thing to Sulaiman al-Islam, of course, father, son. Now we know why and how Sulaiman al-Islam, using his father's teaching, can hear the sound, right? Hear the ant telling him that Sulaiman's coming in, hide yourselves. And then he says, why are you afraid of us? Did you not think it is weird that people think, looking at a prophet talking to ants? And ants are replying back, he's talking. Would you not think it's so weird? What if I'm talking to ants in front of you? What are you going to think? No. Don't. This is real, okay? This is the Quran. This is Allah ki qasam, this is real. He's talking to ants. But he's not talking Arabic or English, right? You need to understand. Quran, ants did not speak Arabic. You need to understand that. So if I'm talking to ants in front of you, I'm not going to be like, hey, how are you doing? I am going to be communicating somewhere. And you only know English or Urdu, right? So you do not know how I'm communicating, but you can see me communicating. So it should be a very, very weird phenomenon in front of you. But we look past this. We read the Quran, and Sulaiman al-Islam is, communicating with ants, and real dialogues, by the way. Real information being passed, by the way. Real bird coming to Sulaiman al-Islam, talking about the Queen of Sheba. Real bird, talking about real things, happening for real. People are just looking at it, and no one's saying a word. You think it's not a small matter? It's a very big matter. No, not the event. Us going through it without looking at it. Us not even noticing कि इतना बड़ा वाक़या हो रहा है और हम देख भी नहीं रहे. We don't even see that the magnitude of this event. You're going to call me a psycho if I start talking to this projector right now. You're going to walk out that this guy is a nutcase if I start talking to this projector, or if I claim to. Forget the claim. I'm actually talking to you, hey buddy, how you doing? People are listening. Do not show this slide. You're going to walk out. But prophets talking to ants, prophet talking to birds, and no one's noticing it? Oh no, everyone's noticing it. Not only that, that Prophet Sulaiman al-Islam opens the bid for the third temple in the Bible. The third temple is built. You know what's the condition of the bid? Whoever is going to build the temple is going to make sure, you said the word, I didn't say the word, okay? I'm going to use the same word. If you need to build this, if you have a company, you can build this temple. Our condition is that whoever is going to build the temple cannot make any sound. No matter how many millions of bricks of clay or whatever you're going to use, no, not even a single frequency or decibel of sound. Now you tell me who's going to build it. And some guy comes in, and he says, yeah, I can do it. I'll create a structure, a big structure, temple, which is, by the way, a real temple they built, right? And no one's going to hear a word, or no one's going to hear a sound, a beep. It's going to be so quiet. So it's all about sound, buddy. And you know what sound is? You study sound in what? Biology? mathematics, or what, Adnan?
Physics.
Physics. You read sound in physics, grade 8, right? Sound wave, crests and troughs, amplitude, wavelength. Yeah. Why did you not see it in the Quran then? That's why kids jumped into physics, understand. And now we know levitation is possible through sound only. Yes, sir.
My question is, Nabi gave us Quran. He taught the Sahaba the stuff that we are going through right now. I know the Antichrist is going to do better than. But Nabi Muhammad didn't give us these information, otherwise we could have said, like, complained about the Prophet didn't give us this Quran. So he gave us Quran.
He didn't give us what?
These miracles, like previous prophets showed these miracles. So basically, Nabi Muhammad gave us the Quran. Quran is the miracle right now.
Prophet ﷺ did not have any miracle, you saying?
I know he had that. This Quran itself is the miracle of Muhammad.
Quran is the only one permanent miracle. Otherwise, our Prophet ﷺ, many miracles were given to him, yeah, but he did not have one specific miracle which is given to every prophet specifically. Yeah. So what's the point?
He cleared the Tawheed concept of the Sahaba. So he didn't explain the physics and these kind of things.
What? He didn't?
So basically,
Whoa, hold on. Why are you saying that he didn't?
in terms of the first thing is Tawheed.
Okay, first thing is Tawheed, we all agree to that. Why are you saying he didn't teach physics or chemistry or biology?
Did every Sahaba?
Not every Sahaba.
I know that Abdullah ibn Abbas, there are certain Sahabas they know.
Imam Jafar invented chemistry, you know that? No, just say yes first.
Yeah, okay.
He did. How did he come up with it? He had a dream?
Quran, yeah, Allah gives the knowledge. Yeah.
The Quran is the knowledge. He didn't get wahi, right? Imam Jafar is not a Nabi. So Quran is, Ibn al-Haytham comes up with biology. How? He says Quran. He didn't get revelations, right?
Because of this physics,
Yeah.
because of the chemistry they developed, did we shine in the world at that time?
Nobody, listen.
At certain 3 centuries, like 100 years, few.
Gee, you have to say something? Yeah. You want us...
These are innocent questions. These are, I have got questions.
He's shown for 1,000 years, so how can you say that?
No, I know
Listen, I'll answer, sir. Who invented mathematics?
What is it?
A Christian?
He was Muslim.
A Jew? Wow, where did he come from?
Iraq.
Iraq. Oh, Iraq, from the area of the Prophet, the Sahabas and the Tabi'is. No?
Tawheed, yeah.
Who is Iraq is an Abu Bakr Siddiq, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's right.
Why are you taking it away from Abu Bakr?
Okay, that's fine. But Nabi Muhammad, at the time of 100, like let's say, if you say, how did they, basically the aim
Listen.
I'm trying to say is basically the first.
Oh, I'll answer. Umar, listen. I'll answer. Don't worry. Musa alayhi salam was given the staff, right? What did the staff do? Convert into Panadol or paracetamol, cure the headaches? Did it? What did it do?
It turned into a snake
Why? Why a snake?
because to defeat the magicians.
Why do I have?
They have snakes.
Oh, they had the snake, so he came up with the snake.
They turn into snakes.
The shaft turned into a snake because they had the snakes. So they came up with some knowledge to convert something into a snake. And Musa alayhi salam shaft turned into a snake, not some medicine, right? Okay, so Musa's shaft did not heal the blind or raise from the dead, but turned into a snake. Because the enemy was playing, the kahans were playing the game of snake, turning things into snakes. Right? So, Isa ibn Maryam, did he convert anything into snakes? Why? That would have worked, wouldn't it? It worked for the Egyptians. Why did the snake thing didn't work for the Romans? Think about it. It would work for me as well. You, in Newcastle, if I turn this into a snake, you call me something if not a prophet, right? You call me something, right? So Isa ibn Maryam didn't convert anything into a snake. He came up with something else. What was it? Let me think. Oh yeah, medicine. Right? Because the Romans were boasting about medicine. And he said, okay, you're trying to heal whatever, let me heal the dead. Here you go. Back to life. You know, Mother Zadanda, you know, which science cannot fix right now. Born blind cannot be fixed. Does not even have the optic nerve. He turns him back into a regular seeing man. So Romans were not going to be fascinated by the snake, even they some could be. Maybe a political victory could have been won here and there. But Allah's Sunnah is not to just keep fascinating people or, you know, show magic tricks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so Allah didn't show magic tricks. Allah is placing the miracles for us to learn what to do when your Pharaoh of your time is going to come. You are going to have to beat them in his own game. You understand me? So who's taking over the planet right now? Who's calling the shots on the planet right now? In terms of money, in terms of politics, in terms of knowledge. No. Not to countries, not nations. What are the three things?
We are more fascinated about science. Those people who
Not fascinated, we're ruled by science. The smartest people are rocket scientists, okay? NASA calls the shots on what the human progress and knowledge is. You got it? So you exchange Romans with NASA right now. You need to understand, we need to go fight physics with physics. We have the source of physics, the Qur'an. They have the derivatives of physics, which is good, great.
How are you going to defeat Antichrist then?
No one's going to defeat the Antichrist except Jesus alayhi salam. The guy who can undo the dimension he's going to come from. Because he's going to be imitating Jesus. Why are you worried about the Antichrist, man? I'm worried about Netanyahu right now. Forget Antichrist. Same place, different guy. Why are you worried about Dajjal, man? Why? It's too...
I mean, like, he will be clever enough, to see that.
No, that's a different point. But you see what we... See, listen. The Quran is the Musa alayhi salam's asa. Quran is the Isa alayhi salam's dam. Quran is the miracle. Understand? It's not a metaphor. When Adnan says Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam got the miracle of the Quran, you know what that means? We are holding the shaft of Musa alayhi salam. We're not just converting into the snake. We're just not doing it. It can convert. We just don't know where the buttons are or what to say. We can create whatever Allah's prophets did to to their pharaohs and their Romans. We just don't. ये मुहावरा नहीं है कि अल्लाह का कुरान एक मौजज़ा है. अल्लाह की कसम वही मौजज़ा है ये. उससे बड़ा मौजज़ा. Musa alayhi salam's shaft is a smaller miracle. Quran is a bigger miracle. But we are trained not to believe in it. And you know what the petty little thing that I keep hearing from all Muslims is, if it were not a miracle, it would have changed by now. What? That's the utility of your miracle? That the shaft is still a shaft? Aren't you going to use it? You have the dam of Isa ibn Maryam and you're not going to heal the sick? Really? Because of this psychology that, you know what? Isa ibn Maryam used the miracles because he was a Nabi. We are not Nabis. Well, this Quran is for all the people of the Nabi's ummah. We have to use the same miracle, just like Isa ibn Maryam or Musa or Idris or Nuh alayhi salam or Ibrahim alayhi salam. They utilized it not to boast about themselves, but to put it to the use of human beings, to get that progress in, that development in. That's when it starts. That's what I'm saying. You think the Quran is not usable anymore. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying, like...
You said just faith is enough.
Faith is enough, like...
The Quran does... You don't need to have faith and then the Quran at the same time. You can have faith without the Quran. Most of the Muslims have faith without the Quran. They don't read the Quran.
I mean, like, when the Qissa of Umar, when he said to Sahabi that move towards, in a battle, move towards the mountain.
No, he says from the left,
Yeah, move towards the left. So he was communicating with the other Sahabi. Yeah, this is, I believe, and you believe as well, yeah?
What's that got to do with anything?
The thing is, there was, what kind of physics was that?
That was real physics, man.
How would you explain it to...
Because the sound came in their ears from the things that... You think it's not physics?
No, yeah. But
That's exactly what my point is.
That is a different kind of physics.
There are two kinds of physics.
So how would you basically turn your ear into that kind of a capable thing that they can receive?
No, everybody heard them. All right, everybody. It's not about the people hearing. It's about the guy speaking. Okay? You need to understand. It was Umar's karamat, not the Sahabas who listened to it.
I'm talking about that kind of physics rather than this physics.
Oh, you want, oh God, that's what, so you should have started with that. So you want a specific few to have that power. I want every Muslim to have it. You tell me right now, you want Umar al-Khattab's powers. Listen. Yeah. That's not gonna, even the Sahabas did not, all the Sahabas did not have that kind of power. Only Umar al-Khattab had that power, okay? And that too, he didn't have it every day. It happened once. Okay, it happened 3 times actually, but just 3 times. So listen to what I'm trying to say. Does Donald Trump has that power? But Umar Khattab had? No, the answer is nobody. He's not even a Muslim, okay? And he's got real ill intent, I'm telling you, okay? Because these people are all about powers. Nawaz Sharif has that kind of... Really? You think Nawaz Sharif is... Why aren't you saying anything, man? Yeah, he doesn't. So Netanyahu does not have that power. Barack Obama did not have that power. And they are literally calling the shots just like Umar Khattab did and controlling whatever Umar Khattab did. With Umar Khattab's power, he had the system established. Barack Obama or Donald Trump or Netanyahu, without any Islam or any power, are running an establishment just like Umar Khattab. And you want me to first go, say, unless we become Umar Khattab, we're not going to have that power. These dudes got that power without even the Quran or Islam. They used the utility of the Quran. Without the Quran, is use the utility to surpass our minds, to control our fascinations, and to establish the right and wrong, the definition of logic, and rationale. That's why we believe mathematics is real, physics is real, which it is. They use the same things. You think America is wherever it is just because it's a fluke?
No, it's not.
Let me show you something. I'll show you how America became America, okay? This is it. I said, look at this slide, okay? Make sure you look at this slide. This is how you take over. This is why I want you guys to make sure these boys and these mommies are connected with the right technique. People who are ruling the planet, Umar, this is not a map of people who are ruling the planet. This is a map of how they're ruling the planet. We could have had the how. Muslims nowhere. Look at, as if there's a gap between them. These are the Muslims. Gap. By the way, this is not a Muslim country, it's in India, okay? Here, you draw a map. Look at the Muslims. This is a Muslim land I'm drawing right now. Asad, this is where you came from, man. Right here. This is where I came from. Right here. Okay, forget these two, these exceptions, okay? This is where I came from. This is where you came from, Asad. Look at the map. I'm going to draw a Muslim map. I'll show you what these dots, I'll tell you what these dots are. You know what these dots are? These dots are the ayahs of the Quran understood and applied by non-Muslims. This is the map. Ayahs of the Quran applied, understood, and utilized by human beings. Now you tell me any Muslim is applying the ayahs of the Quran.
I'm curious about the Pakistan.
So once they use the same ayahs of the Quran, they're going to take over. Do you think this is a joke? By the way, Canada, you know why it's not there? Because people don't live in these parts of Canada, Asad. This is just the prairies, the snow places. This is where Canadians actually live. These are the Ivy Leagues. UFT, University of British Columbia, right here. Right here, right now, right here. This is the Harvard. and the Yales. This is Berkeley. This is Oxford. This is Cambridge, where you guys are.
So this means that
They're applying the Quran.
So-
That's that not? They're applying the Quran. This means the Alameen. This means Muzayyana Sama Dunya. This is what it means. This means is Shams Kufirat. This is an Arab boy who's 13.
Yeah.
13. Now you tell me, a Pakistani Muslim or Indian Muslims, Allah says, call the name of the surah Takwir. What does it mean, Takwir? No. What does Takwir means?
I don't know how to
Yeah,
explain
you can't think, whatever. Just try.
it. When I told you once, it was like a circle, but you said
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not.
exactly. Yeah, no, in that way, that's not a circle, that's part of it. In this case, it's a circle, because it's called a sphere now.
Yeah, a sphere.
Sphere, yes, sphere. And in that case, not a sphere, it's a spiral, okay? Circular things, but Arabic has the power, man, come on. So, takwir means spheres. By the way, takwir का असल में मतलब उर्दू में बताता हूँ. Takwir होता है गोले बनाना. Okay? You know why takwir is called takwir? Yeah, they know why. These guys know why. Because it's talking about the end of times. End of times. You know, the Prophet ﷺ says, if you want to see heaven and the day of judgment and Jannah और आखिरत का दिन देखना है आपने, सूरह तकवीर पढ़ो, ख्वाब में नजर आ जाएगी. इन्फितार, अंशिकाक, तकवीर. You know what the topic of Surah Takwir is? Have you gone through Surah Takwir in the Quran? How does it start? إِذَا شَمْسُ كُوِّرَتْ. Every heavenly body which is spherical is discussed there. And Muslims right now, जो के तज़किया कर रहे हैं बैठ के मौलवी साहब सारे, कह रहे हैं अर्थ तो है flat. Earth flat hai. You know, that's the only remaining human beings are the Muslim clergy who think the planet Earth is flat. Even though Surah Takwir is saying spheres, Allah creates spheres. Imagine that. I'm talking about natural science, man. You know what the speed of light is?
Speed of light?
Speed of light, do you know what it is?
Sun.
The speed of light.
The speed?
Yeah, speed, yeah, speed. You know it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
The speed of light is like, the speed is,
Well, what is it? How fast is light? You
it's like the
yeah.
size. The speed of light is, like how do I?
There's a measure, yeah. You're not old enough
Yeah.
for that. Don't worry, you'll measure it. Don't worry. There's a measure. We measure it. Don't worry. That's the fastest thing right now, okay? That's the fastest thing in the universe, right? Now, I'll tell you why I'm talking about speed of light, okay? In this slide. Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran had already taught us this. We didn't know that. That's why we didn't teach them. You know, the only place in the universe, Quran is speaking to the only place in the universe. You know what that is? That's planet Earth. Quran is talking to the human beings on the planet Earth, right? Right? Yes? The only place in the universe, let me show you like this. Hold these things. Come on, let's stand. Let's do a little demo. And this is like show and tell, okay? You are going to hold this. No, as far from you as possible. Okay, far. No, stand here. Just put your arm out here, like here. Okay, look at this. This man is planet Earth. Okay, that man is planet Earth. So his head is planet Earth. People are looking at this. This is the moon. Tiny little moon. Yeah, this is too big. If this was the moon, his head would have been a lot bigger, okay? As if it was planet Earth. So look, just hold on to this. This is the moon. This is the sun. Somewhere here. Because the moon is orbiting the earth, right? Sun is somewhere else. But sun is way, way, way bigger, right? So if that was the moon was of this size by proportion, the sun would have been bigger than this building right now. So I'm just giving you just a little, demo here, okay? Now, this is what the Quran has given us. We didn't look through it. The only place in the universe, which is the planet Earth, where two spherical bodies, a taqweed, okay, sphere, two spheres, which are at a difference in size which is to the millionth of each other. So the moon is 1,000,000 times smaller than the sun. But on planet Earth, the sun and the moon are at the distance where when the sun comes in front of the moon, they are at the same size. You need to understand the beauty of all of this miracle. Now you need to understand what I'm saying here first. The only place in the universe where the size of this star, the biggest star in the solar system, becomes equal to the size of the smallest body in the solar system, which is the moon. They have to be the exact same size. Where? Well, it has to be on the surface of this planet Earth. Anywhere you go, you'll see the difference in the size of the sun and the moon, except on planet Earth. On planet Earth, they become the same size. That's why whenever there's a lunar or a solar eclipse, they hide each other perfectly. You understand me? Now, I didn't get to have to read science through this. This was written in the Quran. We could have easily measured the distance, and not just that, we could have measured the speed of light. You know why? Because Allah calls the moon with a certain name. What's the name? What does Allah call in the Quran, the moon in the Quran? And the adjective about Qamar is, the attributal name is, what is Siraj and Munira? What is it? What is Siraj and Munira? Come on, think. Allah calls sun with a certain attributal name and the moon with a have you never heard the word Siraj and Munir? Really? Yeah, really. So, here is the best part. You know how long the light, speed of light, which starts from Earth, goes to the moon, comes back to Earth. You know how long that is? That is exactly equal to 1 second. We knew the speed of light and the unit of time inside the Quran because of the placement of the earth, the moon and the sun, and the Quran telling us how to use it. That is the only celestial body on the planet or in the universe, especially in our solar system, where the light takes only 1 second to do this to its own planet. Go there and come back. You understand what I'm saying? These are not coincidences. These are Allah's channels of teaching us. If you had just a little bit of brain to use in your very Arabic that you learned, to read the very book that I wrote, you could have gotten the basics of everything and every law would have come to you. That's, by the way, how they came up with the speed of light. By the way, how we get to know what is the unit of time. Somebody else had to come up with it, even though we were sitting on it all this time. Imagine this book talking to us in these fields. You can sit now. You can sit down. Sit down, thanks. This book, having this kind of knowledge, does not fascinate even a single Muslim to write anything on nature or science. Not a single Muslim coming, and they are Muslims who write about nature and science. They do not get fascinated by the Quran. So you know why I need you guys to put babies into these articles, these subjects? So that here we get those blue dots, and then Muslims take over the intellectual capital of the world. That's that simple. Once you get the intellectual capital, look at this map. Do not forget, especially these countries. Do not forget these countries, especially these countries. Let me show you. This is how you should look at education. I know how Muslims look at education. Look at this. Well, these lights are too much. Otherwise, you would have. You need to understand. Let me show you this. I need to turn this off and. Oh, it's all right, don't worry. Let me show you this. Look at this. La ikraha fid deen. People running towards the certain countries. People here running towards certain countries. Because of this. Now I need you to look at the green areas, the green zones, okay? Now, okay, no, this is not, greens are not Muslims. Oh, thank you so much. You should have done that a long time ago. Come on. Okay, here you go. Look, let's go back here. We were talking about this, right? Everybody knows this slide? Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know. By the way, this is Israel, okay? These dots are coming from Israel. Okay, this is Israel. You need to understand why I said that. Okay? Now look at this. Look at the names. Look at this. Iceland. There's a reason why I said Iceland. I didn't make it up. These are real numbers. Luxembourg, Germany, New Zealand, Holland, Finland, Sweden, Switzerland, Norway, Denmark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people from Scandinavia. Literally all of them? Yeah, all of them. Except what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I missing? Well, Holland is not Scandinavia, right? So, yeah. So here, except for New Zealand, forget about that because I don't want to talk about that. That's because they question that there's too less of a people for them to qualify for the kind of problems that these countries are going through. So I get that 2.5 million people are not going to be that hard to actually jump into this kind of index. Okay, I get it, a good argument, but there are far less people in Belgium than New Zealand, and they didn't make the cut. Far less people in a lot of other countries, they didn't make the cut, but New Zealand made the cut. But I get it. They argue that, you know what, they make it to every time, they make it to the top 10 of the prosperity index. So my question is, hold on, forget about who made it. Ask the real question, what is the global prosperity index? What does it comprise of? Who makes it? Where is the indicator? What kind of indicators actually come together to make this index? Anybody? Anybody?
GDP.
Okay, I'll take it for now because it's not GDP, but yeah, money is there. Yeah, go on, because it's the minimum wage, okay? Minimum wage is, yeah, so yeah, okay. Nope, research is not there. Education, yes. What else? Come on, education comes way later in the list. Yes, number 1, crime. Well, in other words, health and security, okay? Security, in this case, security. So security, health, then education, okay? Security, health, education, then minimum wage, okay? Yes, go on. What else?
Corruption levels.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't make it. Why would corruption come into this list?
Why not?
Well, if the more corrupt, the more prosperous?
The other way around.
Well, there's another word for it. Come on, think about it. Well, there's no way to measure justice, right? Well, you're right on the money, but you're looking at the, what? I'm sorry? No, not accountability. There's no way to measure it. I'll show you. The accountability is this. Here you go. This is accountability, eh? Come on. There you go. No. There's a map for it. But hold on. We'll come to accountability later, okay? Let's just talk about this. So There is a reason why these countries are prosperous.
Freedom.
Yeah, well, there is absolute, that's the absolute answer. There is freedom to practice the right things at the right time, and you won't be able to get in trouble for doing the right things, okay? Because in Pakistan or India or let's just say most Muslim countries, if you're trying to do the right thing, you need to do it the wrong way. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do it. Yeah, no, it's literally the case. You got to be Robin Hood to feed the poor. That's literally Pakistan. Now, that's not my point. My point is not that. Forget about the irony of it. Forget the irony of it.
Okay, we can include safety and security.
Yeah. Well, that's the first output. First output. But look at this. Look at this. Look at the similarity of this and this. Look at this. These are the same countries that made it to the top 10. That's not a coincidence. That's my case. Look at this Scandinavia and then Holland and Germany right there in the jungle. Germany and Holland right there. And Scandinavia. And look, New Zealand filled up. Can you see the colorful New Zealand?
Question again.
Sure.
At the time of Nabi Muhammad sallallahu,
Yeah.
Rome was the most prosperous and Persia was the most prosperous.
No, sir, it's not. What's your case? How do you know? How do you know that they were prosperous?
Like they was the most developed civilization at that time. Arab was not the most.
Arab was not the most developed, yes, but Rome was not the most prosperous region.
Yeah. So right now, if you look at that one, so if you look at the whole, the Western South is basically most prosperous.
Rome is right here, by the way. This was Rome. Hold on, sorry. Where is it? How did I cut? Yeah, this is Rome.
Yeah. Basically same.
Persia was.
Persia is still Persia, man. Come on, forget about it. You never made the cut. Okay, that guy is a Persian, by the way. The guy's never made the cut.
The question is.
They're still making rugs, by the way. I swear, they were making rugs 1,400 years ago. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
My question is basically, Nabi Muhammad sallam, how did he manage to topple everything? Did he use the same physics the Romans was using or the Persian was using?
Nobody was using physics, otherwise he would have used it.
He used basically the faith.
I think you do not know the meaning of the word faith, man. That's why you're confused.
Faith means iman.
No, faith means but you call iman, you think it's belief, it's yaqeen. You think, aap yaqeen or iman ko mix kar rahe. You yourself have more faith in England than in Islam.
Maybe.
No, I mean it. You have more faith in the English system than Islam.
Do you know about my hurt?
Your hurt?
Yeah.
Your hurt? H-U-R-T, hurt? Your help. Qalb. Come on, qalb is not help.
My pronunciation, sorry about that.
It's not. No, I know your. No, I don't need to know your qalb. I need to know your body. It's found in Newcastle, living here, right?
No, not really.
Allah's Prophet ﷺ, okay? Prophet ﷺ. People came to Prophet ﷺ. Focus on this, okay? I need this recorded. Allah's Prophet ﷺ is standing while people are coming in and giving their shahada, because at the later days everyone's coming into Islam. There's a group of guys who comes in from Azd. Azd is the tribe's name. And they say, we are mu'minuns. Okay?
Yeah, I know the ayah.
It's not ayah, man. It's a hadith.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
There is
They don't know it, man. I'm trying to build a case. They say, we are mu'minins. Prophet smiles. Okay? He smiles. Tabassama Rasulullah. He smiles and he says, لِكُلِّ قَوْلِ حَقِيقَةٌ. Every word that you say, there's a reality to it. There's a haqiqah to it. For every statement, there is a reality, the truth. What is the reality to the وَمَا حَقِيقَةُ لِكُلِّكُمْ? In your statement, in your truth, what is the reality? So in other words, he says, put your money where your mouth is. That's the Prophet's statement. Put your money where your mouth is, buddy. There is a truth to every reality. There is a reality to every truth. If you're saying this is the truth, what is the reality? And you know what they do? They say, well, we do 15 things. We do 15 things. 15 things. 5 of them were taught by people that you sent to us. Prophet used to send Sahabis for missions, right? 5 of them we started doing, which were told to us and taught to us by people you sent, which we know, which we call it Imane Mujammil. Okay? What is Imane Mujammil? What are the 5 things? Which is Amantu Billah wa Rasuli wa Malaikati wa Kutubi wa Qadr Khairi wa Sharri. Okay? So they say, we got the 5 things. But they said 15, right? So he said, okay, what are the other 5? He said, but 5 are for people or the prophets before you. Okay? And the Prophet says, what are those 5 things? And they said, 5 things from the teaching of the Abrahamic faith. And then they said, we have 5 more things, Ya Rasulullah. O Rasulullah, we have 5 more things from our own culture. And then they narrate the most beautiful poet, because this is all poetry going on, because that's how they were speaking. And then they said, we do 5 things from our own culture. Whenever we are poor, we smile for gratefulness. When we capture an enemy, we make sure we are merciful. Whenever we are in power, we know that we have to be just. And we are just, okay? Just like that, they gave 5 things from their own culture. 5 things from the Ibrahim alayhi salam, 5 things from the Sahabas. Prophet smiles and he says, if you are telling what you're saying is true, then you have almost become prophets. You have almost become prophets. Literally. Okay? You have become Nabis. Almost Nabis. So, you came to a real Nabi now. You gave me 15. And you're committing Shahada now, you're giving the bayah. As a gift, I'm going to give you 5 more. So you go home with 20. Because they came to the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? And they were thinking that they've completed the whole, the set. But he is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He is the biggest superset of all sets. So he gives them 5 more. Why I'm telling you this is, so you need to understand. Because you are saying that you have faith. I'm saying what you're using is yaqeen, the definition of the word yaqeen, not iman. Okay? Because yaqeen is some channel of the Qur'an people are using. This is the yaqeen channel, okay? Let me just show it to you. This is the channel that people use. This is the yaqeen channel. And it is something which is in our design. We can test it. I know there's a man sitting right in front of me. I know I'm touching this guy. He's right here. This is not my faith, man. Do you know what this is? This is my yaqeen. We keep, swirling around yaqeen and faith. Hold on, let me build so that I can fix this problem at the deepest end. You are saying Sahabas did not have yaqeen, sir. Sahabas only had iman. That's what you're saying. Think about it. Oh, no, that's exactly what everyone knows that those statements mean. Okay? You need to understand, human beings cannot be without yaqeen. Some human beings, which are called the mu'mineen, are with the iman and the yaqeen. In the Quran, Allah says, Ibrahim alayhi salam says, that I have the iman, I need the yaqeen. Ibrahim alayhi salam, the Rasul and the Nabi and the father of all prophets, says, oh Allah, I have the iman, I need the yaqeen. Give it to me. As a gift, not as a test, na'udhu billah. As a gift. I need to enjoy, the regular man's life.
Just for my own
understanding. As a regular guy. Now he knew, he understood. Come on, he had slaughtered Ismail Islam at that time. It was way later, okay? So he knew, he had the faith. this is a gift that he asked for, not a requirement of his faith. His faith did not require yaqeen. Okay? What you're saying is that Sahabas did not have any yaqeen, sir. Okay? That's what your case is claiming, arching towards. I'm saying, listen to me. Your kids are generating this yaqeen through physics and chemistry and biology every single time, and they're running towards them. And not only that, it pans out every time. It pans out so much. It pans out so much that everybody goes into this yaqeen. And everyone lives their lives in education, you said, prosperity, and medical, health, and economics. Every single time, same people who have the yaqeen taking over. Okay? Have the yaqeen. I'm talking about Muslim as well.
Do you think yaqeen doesn't come from the Quran?
Are you kidding me with this, man? Quran is designed for the yaqeen sockets so that our faith, our iman can increase.
Yeah.
Quran is installing yaqeen sockets and wires there. That's why Allah says, أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. That's not an ayah of iman. That's an ayah of yaqeen. Well, how do you think?
In the Quran, Allah says, أَفَلَا يَتَدَبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ.
Yeah, that's an ayah of yaqeen, not iman.
وَلَوْ كَانَ عِنْدَ مِنْ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ.
As soon as the word, listen, as soon as the word al-ghaib comes, the yaqeen goes. Yaqeen is for the five senses. When Allah says, use your brains, that's yaqeen. What is he going to do? He's going to raise the iman. Of course he's going to raise the iman. But only if the socket is connected. Because my son's, your son's socket of yaqeen is connected through Newton or Einstein. The more physics he's going to go into, the less iman he's going to have. You need to study basic science, I'm telling you, basic maths.
Is that alright if I'm asking a question?
Yeah, of course. Why would it?
We have time limitations, so like you need to finish here.
Yeah, I'm using him as an anchor. Don't worry, he's doing my job for me.
Yeah, that's why I was saying amazing questions.
Yeah, exactly.
These kind of things.
No, don't ever be afraid of asking questions. Otherwise, that's exactly the point of the story. Let them ask questions. Okay? If you're not going to ask questions, I'm forcing it in you. And it's not worth enticing enough for you to think. Okay? That's exactly what the problem between Muslims is. We force Islam in, it's not going to stay. Okay? So actually, those are good questions, by the way. It's not like, don't worry. So actually, you know what? This is the bigger problem that Muslims are actually facing anyway. That's what you're asking. That where is the faith? Where's the yaqeen? If we go through science, then we're divorcing the Quran. Na'udhu billah. No, we're not. I just told you from the Quran, like 16 examples, that Quran is the source of science. It's not the follower of science. Did you read any book of physics which says, you know what, there's another heaven after the cosmic microwave background? Or there's 500 light years of water? No, physics doesn't even talk about this. They say, yeah, there could be anything, I don't know. If a Muslim says there's water, it could be water, because we found water all over the universe. There are oceans of water hanging in the universe, you know that, right? So, like oceans, like all of our solar systems can go into those oceans. Those are such big oceans. So, science does not negate it. Science just says, till further notice. Science says, till further notice, man. We couldn't even do the dark matter yet. We couldn't do the anti-gravity yet. How are we going to talk about what's after the CMB? Because that's beyond the reach of our eyes, which is the James Webb eyes. That's all. So if we can actually get to see that, we'll reconfirm or confirm your Quran for you. I don't want to wait for their telescopes to show me 7 heavens. I want to make sure our kids make the technology and the rules and the formulas and the laws which explain the 7 heavens. Might even go there one day, I don't know. I don't need to, because I have faith. I don't need yaqeen. You need to understand. I don't need to see the 7 heavens to believe them. I already believe them. That's why I'm making machines about them, for them, around them.
So how can we establish our deen? By borrowing the knowledge from others or
Borrowing.
borrowing?
So Einstein came up with the speed of light thing. He owns it now? All the light belongs to Einstein now?
No, I mean like at the time.
So hold on, Khwarizmi came up with mathematics, right, and algebra. They borrowed it? That's not the property of Khwarizmi, man.
It's the human race, basically, the progress with the knowledge.
So yeah, so I'll give you a hadith. Hold on, I'll give you a hadith to settle this. Hold on, I'll settle your mind. The last sermon of the Prophet ﷺ. What was the last sermon? Remember? Hijjatul Wada, yeah. What did he say? Google it up. Right now. I'll show you. I want you to Google it up. I'm going to narrate it right now, and you're going to Google it up. And you're going to tell me, this does not make sense, okay? You're going to tell me, sir, this does not make sense. Because this current psychology is the prevalent psychology in Islam. I'm going to narrate the hadith. You're going to Google it up. And you're going to be like, sir, this is against the very values of Islam, the psychology of Islam, even though it's a hadith, okay? And I'm going to show you what the real value system of Islam is. So Allah's Prophet ﷺ stands on the pulpit on the day of his Hajj, the last and only Hajj that he performs. And all the Muslims gather, okay? All the Muslims gather. I should narrate this in the camera, shouldn't I? Nah? So Allah's Prophet ﷺ says, are you witness to the message that I've conveyed you? People said, oh yes, Rasulullah, we are witness. Have I conveyed it to you fully? People said, we testify that you've conveyed it to us fully. He looks up in the heavens and says, oh Allah, remain a guardian to this testimony that I have conveyed my message fully. Does he say that here? Yeah. Then he says something. Listen to what he says. It's not rocket science. The simplest statement, you cannot make it go two ways. The Prophet ﷺ says, now that I've conveyed it to you, who are standing there? The Sahabas with their faith? Yes? Are you sure? And yaqeen. Faith and yaqeen at the peak. Okay, and the knowledge at the peak. From the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam directly. Right? Now look at what he says next. He says, go and spread this knowledge to the people who are not there, because they're not Muslims. Go and spread it. That's why they need to be given this knowledge. They're not Muslim. Go and give it to them. For they will understand this knowledge better than you. How can they understand this knowledge better than the Sahabas? Think, Umar, does this not boggle your mind? Your current whole stature, does not it fall like a house of cards? How will they understand this knowledge of the Prophet ﷺ and the Quran better than the Sahabas? I didn't say it. Look at it. This is the hadith. You know what Prophet ﷺ is saying? He's saying every human being in every civilization is designed by Allah Azza wa Jal to go towards knowledge, dig whatever they could dig, and whatever they could come up with. And we know they did. The Greeks did it, the Romans did it. You know, the West is doing it right now. They don't use the Quran. They're going towards knowledge and seeking the progress of human beings. But they will always have that missing piece of the puzzle. Because human mind can only muster up enough, as much as they can. They are going to do really well. But once you are going to present the Quran the way I presented it to you, that's when they're going to complete the whole picture. Their mathematics and their physics and their chemistry, their astronomy, their biology, their logic, their mechanics of the whole progress will be in some sort of an order, but they won't be able to finish it because they will do a great job. Because they say, Allah Prophet said, they will get this better than you can. They will get the message better than you. So some guys who are not even Muslims are going to understand the Quran better than the Sahabas. That's not possible, right? Is it? Prophet says something else. What did he say? Read it. I want you to read this for everybody, because I'm not Googling it up. You are. So what did the Prophet say? What are the exact words of the Prophet? No, just the later part. Now go and convey the message.
All those who listen to me shall pass on my words to others.
Be a little louder and a little slower in speed. Yeah, yeah. Thoda uncha magar speed slow.
All those who listen to me shall pass on my words to others, and those to others again. And may the last ones understand my words better than those who listen to me directly.
There you go. Last ones. You know who the last ones are? Others in this English is not bracketed well. The generations coming after that, and the generations coming after that. Those people who are going to be receiving the message from the Sahabas are going to receive it better than the Sahabas. Because at that time, human brain, human knowledge, human progress has not started the intricacies of mathematics and physics and all of those stuff. It was political science mostly, economics mostly, and people were really good at this. Medicine was not even, born at an embryonic stage at that time. لِكُلِّ دَاءٍ دَوَاءٌ hadith, which is for medicine, could not even be applied at that time. Most of the Sahabas died with medicine. They couldn't, disease they couldn't cure. Even though the Prophet said every disease has a cure. But the medicine had not progressed yet. Listen, focus on what I'm saying. So, who came up with the medicine? Doesn't matter who. We should have come up with the medicine. We had the Quran. We should have come up with the laws of physics. We had the Quran. I just showed you in the Quran talking about the celestial bodies as the source of all knowledge. And Allah doesn't stop there. He goes on, and I didn't even go.
These ayat are giving you knowledge so that you go to the yaqeen. That's for moment so that you can get more yaqeen. So the faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Listen, I do not need to have a faith in Allah Azza wa Jal, a priority to I do not have to have a yaqeen to have faith, or faith to have yaqeen, man. They're separate entities altogether. However, faith is priority, right? I need, if something is enhancing my faith, amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Why are you against it?
So I'm not against it. I'm saying like faith comes first rather than...
Is that the only thing? So you're telling me, وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ, that's not an ayah of faith. You know what this means?
That's the part of the faith.
No, it's not. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ is exactly a different compartment other than faith. What is وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ? What does it mean? Can you tell the meaning of وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ?
وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ what?
What مَسْتَطَعْتُم
Yes.
مِّن قُوَّةٍ?
وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ is when you return like what he can.
Yeah.
From like what he feel like strong.
Strong, cool, yeah, power, good job, man. See, it's that simple. No rocket science. If I have faith, I already have kuwa of Allah Azza wa Jal behind me, right? But why is Allah telling me to get the kuwa in the planet? That's against faith, doesn't it? If I have faith, I should jump. Aatish Namrood mein ishq. No? Yeah. So Allah is saying, no, muster up all you can in this planet as your force. By the way, that force is physical and military force, right? That's not faith, that's something else. What is that? That's yaqeen. Okay? That's part and parcel of the Quran's message, that you are going to understand it if you have faith. You're right about that.
What is Muslim lacking?
Muslim lacking competence.
I would say system.
So at the
Competence comes in, we gather up, we install here. This is competence, man, nothing else. Here you go. Yeah, I know, just, okay. Oh, that's a lot. Let me show you what's Muslim lacking. Come on. It's right here, don't worry. No. I just saw it. Oh, there you go. See, this is what Muslims do not. An Arab would never make that mistake. When an Arab hears the word deen, he does not use the word religion. When Muslims hear the word deen, we use the word religion. An Arab knows that the deen means the law and the system. Muslims are not lacking it. Muslims have redefined themselves into submission of a totally different system. That's the problem. And how do we understand the system? Look at these systems. This is a map of the systems. This is the system. Okay? Let me show you the application of the system. This is the application of the same system. Output of their systems. Output of our system, look at the systems here. Look at what these countries are going through. These countries are going through what? We all know that. We came from these countries. Now, let me show you how to get this system in. Where was it? I just saw it. Here. So, this is where I am right now. I'm in a masjid right now. Okay? Not many masjids have the, what's the word? The sense to generate the pillars. Every time I come to Newcastle, this masjid says, you know what, come on, let's just do this right now. I hope more masjids are, getting more Muslims into the masjid and say, hey, listen, you are a part of a community, you need to be competent on a certain pillar. You don't have to be competent on all pillars, don't worry. We have, alhamdulillah, enough Muslims. We can get percentage of this pillar from these girls, these boys, that boys, certain pillars, right? I'll show you those pillars. There are only 3 or 4 pillars I'm talking about right now. So what we do is, we first and foremost connect the masjids. That's it. Our masjid is the school and the university. We gather up every Muslim, send them every day. If not every day, then every week, because they have school here. I get it. You guys are in a system right now. New system is going to be too hard to just do run parallel system. But Saturdays and Sundays, Muslim boys and girls inside the masjid. At least for 3 or 4 hours, inside every masjid. Doing what? Well, here you go. Doing the knowledge and the skill here. Knowledge and the skill. I was in Birmingham. I am going to release this video, the Birmingham video soon. Watch that video. Birmingham people, what do you call them? Burmese, okay. The Burmese Muslim came together and they said, you know what, we're going to vouch and convert these masjids into learning centers, even business centers. Use this real estate so that masjid would never, ever, a human Muslim man, woman, should cry tears of blood when the local masjid of his own area is asking for money. That's the lowest Muslims can go down. That is as low as Muslim can go. That the mother is asking money from the sons. Mother should be feeding us. Masjid should be feeding all English Muslims, who actually, a lot of them are on welfare anyway, should be on the welfare of the masjid. Masjid should be feeding the local community. Masjid should never ever ask for money. Na'udhu billah, that's the lowest Muslim community can go. That our masjid is asking for money. That's our feeding pot. So how are we going to do that? We need to convert these buildings into giving centers. Not just skill and knowledge, but health and education. How are they going to do that? Well, because you need to convert this real estate into a business center as well. Who's going to do that? Muslims are going to do that from the local community. Spin it around. I'm telling you this right now. I know of a community, if it gets half of the real estate that Muslims have, which is the masjids, they would have been trillionaires. Because right now they're just billionaires. You know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. By the way, I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm talking about Maimons. I'm talking about the Ismailis. I'm talking about the South Indians. I'm talking about the Parsis. You give them this real estate, especially in the heart of England, they take over the world, let alone England. But us Muslims, you know what we did? We individualized. What's this girl's name? Amina? Amelia. We individualized her. She is never going to think of the community. She's going to think of maximum her own husband and her own kids when she's going to be 30, 35, 40. That's the fermentation I want to change. And only you guys can change that. I can't do that. I'm sorry. This video you're going to replay 1,000,000 times. Nothing's going to happen. That home, that education in the lap of the daddy, that is fermentation going on. Little whispers, little events, 10 seconds of that conversation, 2 minutes of that walk. Jameel Saab, my host here, was talking about him taking his daughter for a walk. I'm thinking that's the most important event of a child's life. Not the school that she went to, not Cambridge or Oxford. No, that's the most important event. That's fermentation, where definitions are taking place. She's going to use Cambridge and Oxford. I hope she does. As a religious institute, that, I'm going to get the skill from you guys, and I'm going to apply the Quran in the world. I'm going to get because that's exactly what you told me, what the Prophet ﷺ said, that they're going to get the message better. Well, right now they're getting it better. They're applying it. I just show you they're applying it. Why are we not applying it? Because we don't even think it is. A is to be applied on B. We don't even know A, or we don't even know B. We don't even know both. How are we going to apply A on B? We don't even know A exists and B exists.
My question is still there. We don't have yaqeen, we don't have faith.
Oh, we have yaqeen, buddy. That's why I said, that's why you came to England.
But in physics.
Oh, you had physics. Cambridge is started by physics was started by Cambridge. And by the way, if you had belief in yaqeen in physics, that's why when you turned the key inside your ignition, the car started. You knew it's going to start. That's yaqeen. That's physics. Right? So you have yaqeen in physics. And you had yaqeen in the people who came up with the physics and the systems, which is England. That's why you came from India, Pakistan to here. You were not hijacked and dropped here in a parachute, right? You came here because you had some yaqeen that this is a bigger, better system, which is going to give you something.
So how this is going to give me yaqeen in Quran?
No, this is not going to give you yaqeen in the Quran. The Quran is going to give the rest of the human beings the yaqeen in the system. You're looking at it the other way around.
But we do have to focus on Quran first rather than...
I'm just telling you how yaqeen works. England is an example of how yaqeen works. You need to shift that yaqeen into the Quran. That's what I'm saying. Okay? But Quran is not even taken as a book of system, man. First I had to change that, right? G. So, I'm just going to take care of here is what I brought for this masjid. Age-based activity center. Every age has different skill requirements. I just show you the sockets. You need to convert these sockets into, connect them with the right wires got to go into the right socket, right? There has to be a research, debates, mental IQ enhancing body here. Very, very simple. A lot of YouTubers who were regular 20, 30-year-old boys and girls, they came up with it. They came up with YouTube channels who are actually raising the IQ of people. And people go to their studios in whatever country to get a video on that channel. It is that simple. And I'm just talking about one element here. They're not research centers, they're just debating centers. This masjid should be in less than 5 years. I'm being very extravagant here, okay? Could happen in 6 months. If this masjid is not known for Muslim kids that they're going to come for a debate here, then, you missed out on the biggest opportunity. When you go to those debating societies and studios, you know how big those are? And where they are? They're in the remotest, farthest possible place. You have to park 200 miles somewhere else, walk to them. And those tiny little dungeons are smaller than this corner from here to here. And you gotta just sit there because the camera is set up there because they don't have the money or the resource. We can have 200 of those, pods installed here where kids would come in and talk to each other. Thanks, man. You did this. How much? 2 minutes? 5 minutes? How many? We're done? Yeah, okay, so here. All of this is based on people coming together and spinning this building into a radiator which is sending waves all over the world. If Newcastle cannot, listen, Newcastle United, right? That's the football team? Newcastle United? Alan Shearer over here? Alan Shearer, we're playing for, what's his name? Shearer, what's his name? Alan Shearer, right? The captain of England, right? But Alan Shearer, I know in Pakistan, was playing for Newcastle, in Newcastle, okay? And I didn't even watch football. And I was an Arsenal fan in my days. Newcastle United was the white and black stripes? Yeah, okay, see? So you can go global.
We owned by Saudi Arabia, by the way.
No, that's the football team, not the Muslim mind, okay? That's not the Muslim mind. That's just the Madkhali clerics he owns, not the free Muslims, okay? So what I'm saying is, if Alan Shearer can be global in this very city by performing good enough in whatever he was performing, then you could have been easily global. People would do it for their iman and faith and yaqeen and progress. Alan Shearer did not represent any one of these. And Alan Shearer was in the 90s. I'm thinking 90s or early 2000s. Yeah, that's how you know, when I was in football. Bergkamp was playing for Arsenal that time. Imagine that. So, are these guys even alive right now? Alan Shearer is alive right now? You wouldn't know, right? Because it doesn't matter. That's the half-life of football, man. But if he were a Muslim scholar, you would have still known exactly what's going on. Or any scholar, even if he was a physicist or mathematician. So if this city has the ability to go global and it's not going global, it's not because of the masjid, it's because of the people around the masjid. It is that simple. You can turn your footballers go global. You cannot turn your Muslim girls and boys go global based on a way more attractive skill, way more attractive acumen and trade and category. So how are you going to do that? Turn this masjid into $1 billion, if not $1 billion, then $1 million institute. Turn this, generating profit, sending that into education of Muslim kids. You should be sponsoring Muslim kids, every child in Newcastle, if not the world. But you're not even thinking on those lines. And we do not need your charity. Islam does not need your charity. Islam needs independence and dignity. And you have to convert all of this into, and a lot of other of these masjids, into business centers, revenue generation centers, so that Muslims will get jobs, even Christians would get jobs, every Newcastle will get jobs here. And you will be sponsoring education here and health, hence no welfare. Hence new welfare, hence the Umar Khattab's welfare. That came even with the faith. He was actually giving money, you know that? Not just faith. He was actually giving money to the Muslims. He was actually getting it. 19,000 madrasas were opened by Umar ibn Khattab alone. Imagine that. And the first condition of all those madrasas was, he has to be a linguistic master of Arabic. Imagine, because they was, all over the place. Even he knew that if you do not know Arabic, you're not going to know the Quran. It is that simple. Okay? I got to go for the Asr. Everybody, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. There's so many slides. I'm going to send it to you. Don't worry. Anything else? You can just, quickly.
I've sent it online as well. But my question is basically on the parenting psychology. What are the books, if you can tell us, to read by ourselves so that we can improve our parenting on child?
You can read the book of Seerah to Nabwi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay?
Yeah.
Go through as much as you can. Now I can give you a link of the website of the character building education books. We just launched them. They're going to help the parents. But unless you go through Seerah, don't touch any parenting book. Because you go through the Seerah, you get the perspective. Then you get to see the holistic view of how to get kids to from point A to point B. Okay, that's because we do not want to create the best versions of ourselves. We want to create the best copies of our Prophet ﷺ. Okay, and if you do not know the Prophet ﷺ, do not get married. And if you have gotten married, and if you do not know your Prophet, do not have babies. If you had babies and you do not know your Prophet ﷺ, make sure they know the Prophet ﷺ because you failed to. Give them the book of the Seerah. Train them on it. I swear to you, Seerah is the only book of actual psychology of how to look at treat human beings as a single human being and as a group. But I'm going to give you a link of I'm going to put it on the screen here, and also I'm going to give you the link right after the books. Anything else, quickly?
And your homeschooling program?
Yeah, it's going to come way later this year, because but inshallah, we're working on generating your curriculum's friendly faculty, because you're still going to have to, run through this system, right? Your A levels and your O levels and your IGCSE, because we need to make sure your kids go through that in matter of weeks, not years. Our curriculum is strong enough to do that, but we're not aiming for the IGCSEs or A levels, right? We want to make sure your kids go through PhDs of mathematics after our 5 or 6 year program. Okay, PhD as the bare minimum, inshallah. I am training right now, kids, right now, on solving the millennia problems of mathematics. And they can easily, because it doesn't take a genius to know what the problem is. It takes a genius to solve it. It doesn't take a genius to know what the problem is. You can just read it. It just takes a reader to know what the millennia problems are. So, but Muslims don't even know what I'm talking about right now. That's the slide I was showing. Okay, so if the Muslims are going to solve millennia problems, everyone's going to respect the Quran. Muslims are going to solve problems of physics, everyone's going to respect the Quran. You need to understand, right now the people Muslims who are going to mathematics and physics, they're suffering from the deepest imposter syndrome. They're trying to imitate that they're not Muslimish. They're so allergic to Islam. That's why they came into mathematics. I don't want my Muslim to be ashamed of his own identity. I want him to prove physics through the Quran and show it to the world that this is what your God was saying, oh people. We just believe in your God way before you did. Now you're going to believe in this God because it took this kind of, logic for you to actually bow your head to your own God. Then here you go. We'll give you that logic. It is rather simple. You believed in atheism because of some logical argument. We'll give you God's arguments based on this universe full of logic. It is the same way human beings have been, performing from left to right or from right to wrong from day one. That's exactly how it works. The brain actually wants logic and truth. Ji sir, quickly.
Since you are so much optimistic about our Gen Z that they are going to promote Islam.
I'm not optimistic about Gen Z.
You say that they got all the digital tools and...
I'm just saying that's the only way. I'm optimistic or not is a totally different question. Go on.
But still, we don't see any hope from our next generation because all our value system is ruined and all the society is...
Listen, I just told you that unless we unplug the delivery of the Quran has to change. Every medicine has a delivery method to the body, right? Quran also has a delivery method. I just showed you that. So if you get that delivery method, kids of Gen Alpha are not going to suffer from whatever we made our Gen Z suffer from. Gen Z is probably the most confused generation ever in terms of the Quran. Because we actually gave our confusion and YouTubed it. We gave our lack of identity and Netflixed the hell out of it in front of our kids. We made it look cool.
And how much time it will take?
It'll take one generation. It'll take 15, 20 years, nothing more. I said before, if this masjid becomes the center of Muslim attention based on the kids performing with each other, learning from each other, it's going to take less than 5 years.
And what is the basis of it? From where it is going to start?
No, it could start from adults, I don't care. Has to be the masjid. See, you have to put the masjid on the forefront. People should look at the video and know this event is happening inside a masjid. Masjid has to be rebranded that this is the center of activity of all Muslims. Productive activities. Okay? Learning activities, debating activities, education activities, I know. देखें मस्जिद को जब तक आप फोरफ्रंट पे नहीं ला रहे तब तक मुसलमान मस्जिद नहीं जाएगा लोग स्टूडियो पहुंच जाएंगे मस्जिद नहीं जाएंगे काम वही करेंगे कोई फायदा क्या हुआ see you need to understand why what I look at a masjid is an outpost of Islam Without outposts, there is no armies. Armies cannot function without outposts. Our homes are not outposts. We made our homes to be outposts of our own philosophy. Masjid is a अल्लाह के यहाँ तुक्के नहीं है. अल्लाह ने मस्जिद का लफ्ज़ ऐसे नहीं बोल दिया और सेंटर बना दिया. आप understand the value of a masjid. God uses the word. What is the ayah of the masjid? Surah Jinn. What Allah says? وَإِنَّ الْمَسَاجِدَ لِلَّهِ فَلَا تَدْعُوا. No, you're not going to complete this. You know, every masjid has this ayah. This one system of Allah Azza wa Jal is going to be regulated through the masjid. You think I or human beings can come up with a new idea? No. And even if they do, it's not going to work. You need to understand, no other thing. अल्लाह, ये अल्लाह का गिफ्ट है. दुनिया की किसी कौम को अल्लाह ने वो गिफ्ट दिया भी था तो उन्होंने उठा के फेंक दिया. मुसलमानों को ये गिफ्ट मिला हुआ है, मस्जिद का गिफ्ट मिला हुआ है. मुसलमानों को अम्मी, अब्बू, प्रोफेसर, दोस्त, इधर उधर के systems, gift of Allah Azza wa Jalla is the masjid. You disregard that, I'm sorry. Allah is gonna then, you're pitting yourself against the system of Islam then. Okay? Don't you dare disgrace, the house of God का मतलब समझ लेना. You need to understand, we call it house of God. That means if you do one in a masjid with the right intent, and you do 200 in your own home, that's going to amount to the same, same output. Because Allah is going to, enhance this whole output for you. That's how masjid works. You think it's a joke that this is the biggest real estate in the world right now? You think it's a joke? No, it's not. This is a miracle of a lot of miracles that Muslim masjids are the biggest real estate in the human planet right now. No other one functioning building has this kind of real estate. So Allah is, everywhere trying to call out Muslims to come to His home and do the right things. But what we do here is 2 रकात 4 रकात अभी असर की होंगी, देखना है मुसलमान बचता है कि नहीं. ऐसे भागते हैं जैसे कोई आग लग गई मस्जिद में. Yeah, we reverse park our brains into our own masjids. You know why we reverse park, right? Because we are in a hurry to get out. Everyone is waiting for the last saf. क्योंकि वापसी पे कोई रास्ते में ना आ जाए, कोई नमाजी पीछे. Imagine, this is how we look at the masjid. The place with the quickest exit plan is the masjid right now. We go there to make sure we come out early. Imagine if our wives and kids were doing that about our homes. एक दफ़ा सोचे हमारी बीवियां और बच्चे हमारे घरों को इस तरीके से सोच रहे होते, ट्रीट कर रहे होते कि निकलें इधर से किस तरीके से. That's a blow to the face of my integrity and dignity at the same time. और अल्लाह के घर के साथ हम ऐसे कर रहे हैं कि निकलने के लिए जाऊंगा खाली. तो भाई मत आया करें, एहसान करें अल्लाह के ऊपर. हम मस्जिद आके अल्लाह पे भी एहसान किए जाते हैं. सोचने से क्यों आते हैं फिर? निकलने के लिए कोई आएगा तो आपके घर में मैं आऊं जानने के लिए, आप क्या समझेंगे आपको इज्जत दी है मैंने? इमेजिन करें मैं आपके घर आऊं और बाहर खड़ा हूं कि सर बस निकलने के लिए आऊं, बस खाना पानी पिला दे, बस निकलूं बस. Imagine what you're going to go through if I do this to your home. So this is what we do to our masjids every day. And we expect Allah's help coming in angels. Hazrat Jibreel aa rahe हमारे लिए ना, ऐसे नहीं होगा. शुक्र करें फरिश्ते आ नहीं देते, सबसे पहले हमें उड़ा देते. Yeah, I know, go. Let's go. Okay. No, I know. Thank you so much, guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We will continue some other day, inshallah.